In 2023, the Amazing Digital Circus pilot released and it completely broke the internet. I discovered it about a month later through means that I won't explain. And it already had an entire fan base, merch, and content farms making bait out of it. Here's just a bit of context about my personal background with shows. I never grew up with live TV, so I didn't really watch too many shows unless we bought them on DVD. So when shows came to streaming, they just never really interested me. I like movies, but I could never be bothered dedicating this much time to binging one season of a show, even if it is just a few episodes. So how many episodes are there of this digital circuit? One video?! And it's already got all of this?! Wait, hang on. This show is already this popular within a month of its existence. It's only a 20-minute long YouTube video. It was made by a team of indie animators, and it's got attractive looking characters. Yeah, I think I could swallow this pretty easily. Let's check it out. 2.5 years later, I have kept up with the entire series, which, if you told me that 2.5 years ago, I would never have believed you. And in that time, this show has changed a lot, and has gotten much better in a lot of places. So how about we go back and revisit the pilot to see how we got to this point. So the immediate first impressions you get from the intro is exactly what you're expecting. It's digital, and it's a circus.
Welcome to the Amazing Digital Circus!
Oh, that's one of the guys that was on the thumbnail.
My name is Kane. I'm your ringmaster, and I'm here to show you the most jaw-dropping, heart-stopping, mind-bending paraphernalia you've ever laid your eyes upon!
I also love that the show gets straight into, like, the gritty horror. I know it's not that violent, but just showing a 3D heart and a brain so casually like that, and the fact that this guy is literally dentures with eyeballs floating in them, you know that, yeah, this is gonna be a weird experience.
Let's get right into the show!
God, and this song is just absolutely perfect. If you want to bait your indie animation show, you have to make a theme tune like this that you will never be able to get out of your head. After I watched this pilot and started watching all this Digital Circus content and I heard that song everywhere, it was trapped in my head for months. So just that little part there, it immediately gives me the vibe that something isn't right here. And even though it's so simple, I love that. Hey, that's the character from the fanfiction that I watched just before this.
I put on some weird headset and now I'm here.
So yeah, already getting into like the baseline digital world sort of lore building. I think the only question that could come after this is how do you develop on that? Why did you put on the headset? What does this mean for the future of this character? And what is this digital world specifically?
We've all been through this. You just need to get your head
What the is going on?
No, my dear. We can't have any of that foul language around here. The Amazing Digital Circus is a place to be enjoyed by all ages.
God, I never realized how chopped Kane is.
How do I, leave?
You can't.
What?
Shut up, Jax. But yeah, he's right. Welcome to your new home. And your new body.
A new home? What do you mean?
Guys, don't be mean.
We've been stuck here for years. Old Kinger over there's supposedly been here the longest.
Maybe some people will kind of consider this just generic exposition, but I really like the way that they're all just immediately explaining the vibe here. Like, yep, you're stuck here, we've been stuck here for ages, and you're not getting out. And I love the fact that it's such a disturbing, revealing sort of topic. And, we just have this cute little bouncy score going off in the background that just doesn't fit the mood at all.
Someone say something about an insect collection?
And we immediately meet Kinger, a character who is clearly broken and clearly has a ton of lore behind him.
Oh, okay, now I get it! This is a dream, and I should just play along until I wake up, right?
For some reason, I've always loved that line from Pomni. I just find it really funny because, it's such a generic, cope strategy.
Here we have the tent. This is where your living quarters are, as well as all sorts of other activities. These activities may include...
See, again, just small scenes like this just already give off the whole vibe of what this show's gonna be. I know it's not too clever, but it works in spades for me.
drown yourself in the digital lake, or engage in ridery at the digital carnival.
Again, keeping in line with the whole, like, digital theme, the way that hand was, like, pointing at the map, it feels like one of those early 2000s click activity games, and that's just the sort of vibe that this digital world is giving off to me at the moment.
Hello, Kane. I love you.
Let's get out of here before the moon gets frisky.
Okay, and then that's our first, like, introduction to the humor of the show. I'm a really big fan of just, like, random humor where just kind of jokes or gags come out of nowhere and it's never explained. Why the f*** is the moon hitting on Kane?
Wait. Was that an exit door I saw out there? Is that a way to leave?
What exit? If there was a way to leave, I'm pretty sure we'd have all left by now.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I assure you, there is no magical exit door. You're probably just experiencing digital hallucinations from your mind's transition to the digital plane.
I swear I saw it.
Digital hallucinations!
I love how in this scene we don't spend too much time on the exit door before we just kind of carry on with the show. It's just that thing that's now in the back of our mind for the rest of the episode until we eventually find it again.
How about we talk about something else? Like your name!
My name? My name is, oh God! Why can't I remember my name?
Nobody can remember their name once they enter the digital circus. One of the few things I don't have control over are your minds. So all I can help you with is coming up with a new one.
Yes, I also got fooled with this. I didn't realize that they only forgot their names. I thought they forgot everything about their past up until when they put on the headset. But it was soon confirmed after this pilot that no, they can remember things from the real world, which, you know, is fine, but I feel like it would have been a bit more interesting if they just had, like, complete and utter amnesia. And this is now just their new existence from the moment they're born.
Just pick anything.
Let's see. What do you think of...
I don't...
You're right, terrible. Let's try that again.
So I like how quickly the show is moving, not just with the animation, but with like the pacing and the storytelling. I know that was another thing that turned off a lot of people from this because it just felt like it was trying to keep kids' attention spans. But I don't know, again, it just kind of fits the vibe of the whole world and the character of Kane.
Today's adventure is... Gather the gloinks!
I know beforehand I said it's more like a point-and-click game, but then I also like how it's not really clear what this world is, because now it feels like an actual show. Like, we just sat down on a Saturday morning, and we open up with the Digital Circus intro, and we move on to the plot of the show where Kane introduces today's adventure, and the characters go off on their shenanigans.
Now, good luck, and have fun, my little superstars!
That's just one of Kane's little adventures. They're just something fun to do to prevent us from going insane.
Speak for yourself. If anyone needs me, then f*** off.
Oh God, oh Jesus!
Oh no, they killed Zubul. Anyway, you guys want to go get something to eat?
Oh wait, we should go check on Kaufmo. I'm pretty sure he'd like to meet Pomni. You want to come with us to check on Kaufmo?
I think Kaufmo's gone insane. Last time I spoke with him, he was rambling endlessly about some exit. Kind of like you, Pomni. You might be going insane too.
Wouldn't that more likely mean the exit does exist?
Could also mean you just have a jump start and losing your mind.
What about Zubul? Well, I think I'd like to ask him about it.
You, me, and Pomni will go check on Kaufmo, which leaves Crybaby and Hoo-Ha together to go handle the Zubul situation.
Okay, so then this is when I think that the dialogue and the pacing gets a little bit weird. I don't like how we spend so much time just kind of standing around and discussing the plan, like, we're gonna go check on this other mysterious character that something bad has obviously happened to. I think it's just because the episode started off with this really quick pacing and getting across information to us really fast.
Do you think pairing them up together is a good idea?
Of course I do. They're the two most mentally stable and capable characters.
Yeah, so that scene alone has already made Kinga my favorite character. And I'm kind of just like preaching to the choir because Kinga is everyone's favorite character. But even before he became sympathetic, just his entire vibe and humor was just top notch. The best thing you could get out of this show.
So, this is where we all live. Or well, where we all sleep at night. Even though we don't really need to sleep.
Without shoving it in your face too much, just all of the background details of like the doors with other characters X'd out. There's so much theory crafting that they're building here.
Why are we here again? What are we doing?
We're getting one of our friends. Huh. Maybe he's not in his room? I hope he's all right.
Don't worry, Dollface. I've got a key to his room.
Wait, why? You shouldn't have keys to anyone's room.
Nah, I've got keys everywhere, and you've all been fine. By the way, I may have left something in your room today, so let me know if you find it. You're not afraid of centipedes, are you?
Jax! That's literally my only fear. Why would you do this?
What? It could be a completely unrelated question. You'll never know until it's too late.
Okay, so I won't act like there's a ton of character development. They're basically just setting up just the basics. You know, we have the nice one, we have the funny, mean bully, we have the crazy, funny guy, and we have the sad thing. And then you have the angsty thing. The most basic character dynamics you could set up, but I don't know, I still like the dynamics. Like I said, Kinga already gives off so many impressions to me. I already love Jax's vibe, don't at me on that. And I think I'm just gullible because I also like Ragatha's nice persona.
Hey, Pommy. Thank you. Perhaps help me out here. I understand you don't want to, though.
I'm sorry!
So it was also this scene with like the animation, the music. I remembered in my head, wait a minute, this was made by an indie team, and I could really imagine this being a mainstream show. And it made me start thinking, maybe I've been missing out on the indie animation space.
I don't know what I'm looking at here.
We saw Gloink carry one of Zubul's pieces down there.
Sup, fellas?
How is Kaufmo doing?
Oh, he's doing great.
Well, it's good to know he hasn't completely lost his mind.
He actually asked me to give you this.
So what I really like is that when the show isn't developing lore, it's just acting like a regular kids show. Like with all the sound effects and the way the characters emote and all that kind of stuff, it feels like a real ass cartoon. And I just really like that because, you know, if you want to develop all of the creepy mystery and all that, it's nice to have like an actual real feeling show on top of that.
I didn't mean to leave you behind like that. I didn't know what to do.
It's okay.
That's another thing I forgot to mention beforehand when I was saying this could pass off as a mainstream show, is the voice acting too. I didn't expect the voice acting for this to be as good as it is. So when I first watched this, I was still really surprised that this was like just a YouTube video.
What you need to do right now is find Kane.
Kane! We have a bit of an issue here!
So another thing that I am a really, really big fan of with this show is just the abstract, bizarro nature of it all. Because not only does it fit the randomness in the humor, but just the nature of the world. Going through all those doors, finding the most weird, wacky things and just never explaining it ever again just makes it so much cooler to me. I like it when things don't make a whole lot of sense and when things are sort of left ambiguous. They don't even need to like stick in my mind, they just need to kind of happen. I take it in, maybe laugh at it a little, but then we just move on to the next scene and carry on the plot. That's how I like it.
Gotta hide, gotta hide, gotta hide! God, where is Kane?
Now this is when the pilot peaks for me, because after everything we've experienced with the fast-paced, kiddie-friendly yet disturbing tone of this show, with all of the little lore hints and details going around, we're now getting something that's just quiet, it's kind of disturbing, it's slow-paced, and that's kind of what I needed as like the climax.
Oh, thank God you're okay. You didn't experience a game show in there, did you?
What are you talking about?
What's happening?
It's just cough, Mo. Don't worry about it.
You're right! How are we gonna get out of here?
Guys, over there.
Ladies first. No, wait, why would I say that?
Wait, Pomni's not even here? Wasn't this whole thing for her?
Be quiet. I can't hear the escalator.
Okay, I love this cast. All of these scenes have just immediately made me fall in love with them. Even when some of them get more development than others, I love Jax, I love Kinga, I love Zubul, and Gangle. So, okay, those are my favorite lore scenes. Seeing the computer and seeing her lose her mind with the flickering lights. The show doesn't need to explain it to us. We know the deal. We know what's going on. And then when she goes through the door and the pan up to the C and A logo. And again, we don't need it explained. We know immediately, like, yep, that's them. That's the company. There's the evil corporation. And I think that's another reason why the show appealed to me so much, because it just has so much of that FNAF lore to it, where it drops details that's supposed to be telling a backstory without telling it to us, and we're just meant to figure it all out for ourselves. Like, here's the details, now go crazy. I love how everyone immediately picked up with the whole Cain and Abel thing, because obviously we have Cain the character, and C and A, that can't mean anything else, right? And just seeing this bright, colorful cartoon character going through such peril. I really love that vibe of this colorful, friendly show that's got something very clearly wrong with it, and we need to find out what that is. I got that vibe immediately from the beginning of the episode, and it's personified all the way up until this point. It's not too clever, but these simple ideas just work so well.
Yes! An alert on my Wacky Watch at this hour?
Okay, another awesome thing they've done here is the fact that they've created a real wackywatch.com, so now they're giving more of the ARG vibes. Again, that's perfect for this kind of show.
Now what the heck happened around here?
Kaufmo went through a sort of kaufmosis and abstracted.
And into the cellar you go.
We already knew that there were a ton of other characters that abstracted from the X's on the doors, but now we know they're not gone completely, so there's even more stuff we can develop with that.
I do have to apologize for lying about the exit. I knew how much all of you have been wanting there to be one, but, I was having so much trouble figuring out what to put on the other side and ended up never quite finishing it. And you know how I never like letting people see my unfinished work. Anyway, looks like you defeated the Gloik Queen, so I guess the adventure's over. Your reward is a delicious digital feast cooked by our head bubble chef.
Alright, now before we move on to this scene, I'm really sorry I have to pause it here. I should just very quickly talk about the score. You remember when I said before that this show has like all of the stops for fooling me into thinking it was a mainstream show? That was because of like the animation, the voice acting, and another thing was the score. In any show, the score has to have like a theme where each of the different tracks sound similar so that they fit with the entire series, but I love how they're not all exactly the same. Like when they have to make something casual, the score carries that really well. When a scene needs to be more dark and sinister, it also does that perfectly. When we need to do something that's outrageous and over the top, the score once again delivers. But even though each OST does what they're supposed to do, they all fit the show really well.
Of eating without any of the nutritional benefits.
Sheesh, lay off it. Since when are you an expert on the digital world?
Expert on the what?
And that was the Amazing Digital Circus pilot, and after watching it, I was immediately hooked. I now knew that I was going to watch each and every episode of this show, which is such a weird thing for me to feel because I said before, I've never shown any interest to any show, ever. So, why this out of everything? Well, I was just super curious about the lore behind this place. Why did C&A create it? Is Kane actually evil and just hiding his malicious intent? But also, where did the characters come from? How did they end up here? Why did they end up here? Hell, I just want to see them go on fun adventures together and play off of each other. Without any of the lore stuff, I just loved the humor and the actual world itself. I completely understood the hype and I instantly became a fan. I was watching every little video and advertisement that Glitch would post about the show. I was watching all of the theories, behind the scenes stuff, fan videos, even down to the content farms. I was obsessed with Digital Circus, just like the rest of the internet. And again, only just after watching one episode. So for almost 7 months, we all waited with anticipation for episode 2. Now, I knew that there were one of two directions that this could go. One, they carry on with keeping it more like a kids show with not much focus on the characters and more focus on the wacky world of hijinks, but with the deep lore continuously developing underneath it to keep up with the theory baiting so the show stays relevant. Or it could go in a more risky direction in trying to actually develop the characters and tell a story. Now, the first option would be the easiest direction for the show to go, as they know that that formula works, because I mean, just take a look at the pilot, and it would make more financial success. But it definitely wouldn't be as good and well respected if they didn't try creating some emotion with the characters. Because otherwise, I think 8 episodes of just the pilot would be very boring after a while. But whatever direction they went, I knew that in my mind, episode 2 was gonna be the most important episode in the entire series. Because since only the first episode got this much attention and has basically become the entire franchise, the next one has to personify the rest of the series. Can they keep the same amount of hype, or will they have to sacrifice a tiny bit of it in favor of telling the story that they want to tell? Let's find out, shall we? Real quick, I actually reviewed this episode back when it released, so I'll mention some of the points I made in that video and see if they still hold up, or if my views have changed.
Welcome to the Amazing Digital Circus!
Pomni?
Pomni.
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 Hello? Somebody help me!
Looks like our new friend's already abstracted.
Well, I guess we're not all cut out for it.
I don't even remember her name, honestly.
I like how we get straight into the conflict with Pomni in this episode, and I really like that it's an extension from her conflict in the last episode. In the pilot, Pomni's focus was more about her anxiety and fear about being trapped in this world, but the thing is, you could pretty much create that kind of arc with any of these characters. So I like how we move on from that and get into something more nuanced, like wanting to fit in and being appreciated by others. That's still really good foreshadowing.
Hey, Pomni, how'd you sleep? There she is. Hope you're doing all right. I know yesterday was a bit of a doozy.
The animation is already better, but the question is that for the best?
I think it is, because the only thing they've changed is the lighting, and sometimes I feel that the pilot was a bit too bright and oversaturated.
Well, the thing is, I feel if they kept the same, story tone of the pilot, then they should have kept that style of animation. But since they're changing to a more,
Because it's kind of
intimate story, they can kind of change.
Because it's kind of like overstimulating for kids, so,
yeah,
if they wanted to keep up with that direction, it's fine. So yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so this change already makes hell of a difference, but it still keeps that cheap and cheerful feel that I liked before, but just without burning your eyes out of your skull.
Today's adventure is Candy Carrier Chaos! The Candy Canyon Kingdom's been robbed of their most valuable resource, maple syrup! It's up to you to bring the rotten bandits who stole it to sweet, buttery justice!
Nope.
Silver, wait! I'm testing out a new AI in this one! It should be 57 times more immersive!
Ooh, a new AI. You don't want to mess with the new AI, Zuby?
No.
So, in my original video, I said how I didn't like that Zubul got shafted from the narrative again, but since we've seen the rest of the episodes, and we've got to see Zubul a lot more, I think they've used them really well, especially with their character development, which I think has helped a lot by the fact that they weren't shown much in the earlier episodes.
Well, sounds fun. What do you think, Pomni?
This was also the episode where I realized that, yeah, Ragatha's just totally fake. I didn't feel this way in episode 1. I thought she was nice, but still genuine. But this is where it all starts to unravel for me. Look at the background. I love that some of the NPCs are moving at lower frame rates than others.
Why are they strangling each other? Well,
That's what the show does best.
Yeah, we don't need to question it.
Gangle can't even get one line out before she's unhappy again.
You must be the brave knight sent to us by God to help us with our recent catastrophe.
Don't call him God. Please don't.
Look, Pomni, we're already friends with the princess.
Ragatha.
Do you not like Ragatha?
No!
People say Jax is cringe. I actually think he carries sometimes, like he saves us from the cringe.
Do you think your mum's gonna pull through if we get all this back to the village?
I'm sure she will. This much syrup would save hundreds of people.
We won't know for sure until we get back to the village. She's a fighter, though. She taught me everything I know.
He's still the best character.
Still love gummies. I still love gummies.
All right, Gangle.
Look at Pomni. She's so much more quiet and secluded, which is such a great evolution from what she was like in the first episode, which is great. It's subtle and realistic, and it makes sense as the next step of her emotional state. If they kept like the same sort of tone as the pilot, They could have just gone the easy route with not developing the characters. Pomni could have just stayed the same, like, freaking out and over the top like she was in the pilot, just for comedy value. But no, they didn't. They actually chose to
make her
change her, evolve her, yeah.
Maybe when we catch up to them, we could
be assertive.
I love that.
Grabs her by the neck.
Just getting right down to business.
This scene.
The Pomni Pilates.
The music.
You
Pomni, take this!
Aha! Gotcha!
My arms aren't long enough. Let's see how that rig does on those rocks around there. My arms aren't short enough to shift the gear.
Hey, Ribbons, up and at 'em.
I don't think we...
Aren't you supposed to be submissive and agreeable? Move it!
Hey, quit mucking about and get back up here!
everyone all right?
Can you repeat the question? I couldn't hear you over the knives.
This is still one of my favorite scenes, this chase. Like, at the moment, the show is just having fun. It's not trying to bait any theories or anything, which is why I think this is still better than the pilot, because it allows itself to go all the way with its comedy and its weird ideas.
I blame you for this.
Right, so I said before that I didn't like how this scene was establishing something that we already knew, that this is a digital world, this is all fake, because, like, we know that. It just felt a bit too samey as, like, say, the office scenes, and didn't really develop anything new. I still stand by that a little bit, however, this time, I think it's done better here than it is in the pilot.
No, yeah, it's because this time, it's getting a little more technical almost, but at the same time, a bit more emotional.
Yeah, again, it was just trying to be more creepy, you know, kind of
yeah,
like creepy. Whereas this is a little bit more, disturbing and existential. Yeah, like instead of it just being back rooms, it's something more abstract, and I like when the show goes more abstract. Oh, and yeah, the music is perfect. This is probably the show's best aspect, the music.
Where are we?
We're somewhere under the map, I think.
Map? What are you people? What am I? Where's Mum? I can't even remember her face. Did she ever have a face? Was anything ever real?
Okay, wait, don't think about that.
I've done a lot of research about stories, but one thing that I have seen while analyzing media is the way storytellers use specific and important settings to convey feeling and memorability of a scene. I call these significant locations, and they basically are special, identifiable areas that certify a scene, give it impact, and ensure that it can give off the right effects. The reason why I bring this up is because every episode of the Amazing Digital Circus has one of these significant locations. The exit in the first one, the place where Satan likes to hang out in the third one, the road where Gango was murdered by Johnny the Trucker in the fourth one, and so on. But the significant location in this one, as you could probably tell, would be the out of bounds area that the Pom and Gums fall into. What this location specifically represents in particularly is the way your world can literally shatter in front of your eyes, and sometimes, if you want to escape an eternal existential void, you have to break the rules a little bit more, as we see with the collision glitch and the truck.
Poor Pomni. I hope she's alright.
Poor Pomni? How about poor us? We're one tanker away from being Augustus Gloop.
What's that?
Same with the Fudge. It just felt like we needed another blob monster.
But Fudge is better than Gloint Queen, though.
Oh, yeah.
He feels more like a character.
Better than just...
Wait, does that mean it was insinuating Kane would be doing this? That's the episode 8 climax I want to see. Like, look at this. He's given funny dialogue, great animation. Again, the show is using its bizarreness instead of just trying to be creepy. It feels a bit more natural.
You okay?
No.
You want to talk about it?
What is there to talk about? I don't matter in the slightest. I'm nothing. My life, my memories, my friends. It's all fake.
Alright, sorry. I forgot about this. Okay, this scene does bring across something very new that we didn't see in the first episode.
An AI becoming self-aware?
Yeah. I think it's because in terms of lore building, I wanted to see something new. But in terms of, like, the scope of the world and the characters, it is building upon something more interesting. It helps Pomni with her arc, which I think is a really good one, and it's the perfect conflict for her to have after the first episode.
The circus, the place I'm from, maybe you could be somebody real there. I could use a friend.
A friend? You're a strange little character. Suppose I could give it a try. What do you have in mind in terms of getting us out of here?
Alright, I'm just throwing stuff at the wall here. If this doesn't work, we can try something else.
You're the expert here.
Gummigu's body language is perfect here. I'm glad that after what just unfolded, we haven't just completely moved on from it. The way he's speaking, his really soft demeanor, it just says so much to me.
I just realized this might be a little violent.
This is my favorite track.
Gotta say, this is a lot more anticlimactic than I was hoping it'd be.
Are you sure they disappeared?
I can't say for sure, but yes, definitely.
Well, that's concerning.
Well, if worst comes to worst, we could always ask Kane to find her.
We're worried she's having another horrible experience. She still seems really upset about what happened yesterday. I don't think she really likes me that much.
It's a lot for anybody to go through. Don't take it too personally. I remember how long it took for you to adjust.
So I also knew that this scene was setting up for Kinga to become sane in later episodes. I didn't realize it was literally for next episode though. And I didn't immediately figure out why he was sane. I never considered the bucket on his head. I didn't know if that had anything to do with it.
Allergic to buckets.
Yeah, but all I knew is that he was a tad bit lucid there and it was gonna come back.
Okay, well, what happened?
I made a new friend.
Boss, where have you been? We got fudged.
You don't want to know. Good to see you, lads.
This one's full of syrup too.
Well, you don't suppose my mates here could take this one back to the village, could they?
I guess. Since there's two of them, there'd be no real harm.
I'm so unbelievably disappointed right now.
Well, maybe there'll be blood, death, and violence in the next adventure.
Ha 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 ha.
See, again, I just love how casual everything feels. We had our awesome truck chase filled with jokes and character interactions, which I wanted to see. And the way the episode is ending off with the sunset in the background and everyone's just so chill, I think it's perfect.
Farewell, brave knights.
Oh, hey, maybe I didn't leave the gate unlocked for nothing after all.
What? I thought he was dead. You still did that?
Okay, wait. You did what now?
Well, love to help you again sometime. Bye!
Welcome back, my little hard-shelled hamburgers.
So this is the circus, huh? I could get used to this.
Oh, looks like one of these guys made it through.
Wait, what?
Okay, I'm not gonna act like I'm Mr. Tough Guy here. I was very upset at this scene. I liked Gummigoo. I thought he was cool. Yeah, I thought he was a cool character at first, but they had to go and then make him sympathetic, which made me love him even more. But I knew he was gonna return in one way or another, even before Ragatha said it.
You at least want to join us for Kaufmo's funeral?
We like to have a little funeral service to remember the people who abstract.
That tiny look that Jax gave, it's the most subtle thing ever, but it already told me so much that I needed to know.
That he was also putting a persona like Ragatha, and that he would also get development.
Oh man, I always think I'm prepared for these things, but then you set up the picture and, well, I'm already breaking.
This is a good thing too, even though we didn't know Kaufmo and we still don't know him as a character at all.
Like, they established the impact we had on these characters.
The relationships, which is the most important thing. That's all we really need to know. And there was episode 2.
If I had to rate this episode, I would most likely give it a 7.5 out of 10 to maybe an 8 out of 10. It is better than the first one in many obvious ways. It does a much better job at being able to juggle humor, darkness, gut-wrenching emotions in such a good way, and it introduces probably some of the most important and significant things for the franchise. But where it falls flat is where it either repeats things from the first episode we already heard and don't need to again, or it abandons many of the subjects and ideas that the first one introduced.
Well, I don't think the problem is when it abandons ideas from the pilot per se, but when it abandons its own ideas which it sets up. And I think that's a fundamental flaw for the entire show, so let me explain. I said before that I knew Gummy Goo would return. Now, I knew they wouldn't make him too significant, but I didn't think they'd use him as little as they did. I think the way he's used for Pomni's arc in this episode and in other parts of the show is perfect. They don't overdo it, and I think they give the right conclusion for him and Pomni in episode 4. It's kind of like Kaufmo and Ribbit with Jax's development. It's just left in the background and we can figure it out on our own. But I thought that Gummy Goo himself would have a tiny bit more relevance. Because I loved that the show was expanding on new ideas like this, like Kane's new AI becoming self-aware, and this could lead to some awesome stuff later down the road. That's why I thought it was good that they were developing him emotionally and giving him a character, and how they managed to link it so well with Pomni. But this whole concept is only used for Pomni's growth and nothing else. It just seems a little weird that they introduce this character and this idea and then totally abandon the bigger concept they could use with it. And the show does this a lot, by introducing cool ideas and themes, but only for specific episodes and not really following it through with other episodes. Or if they do, it only happens at a point in time where the plot decides that the characters need it. Kinda like Kinga becoming sane in episode 3, Abel in episode 7, and Kane turning evil in episode 8. But these are separate issues that I'll elaborate on later in the series. So that's now my issue with Gummy Goo these days. It just all feels like a teeny tiny bit of wasted potential. However, don't fret, I said before that Gummy Goo's relation to Pomni was done perfectly, so I don't think he's a total waste. So let's talk about the character of Pomni. A lot of people have said that every character had issues or trauma that could have related to them outside of the circus. Except for Pomni. It seems that all of her issues only stem around Gummy Goo, and once she became more adjusted to the circus, she just seems the most normal out of all of them.
She kind of suffers from like that main character syndrome.
Well, yeah,
in a way.
but I think I've figured it out. I've said it a million times, but her issue in this episode was wanting to fit in with the cast and not feeling like nothing. Maybe in the real world, she was lonely. But then you can quickly debunk that by saying, well, hang on, she's so good at socializing and connecting with the other circus members. How could she have been lonely in the real world? Just because someone's alone doesn't mean they're socially impaired. Think about it. With her supermarket accountant job, she maybe didn't get time to spend with her friends or family, and that's why she just resorted to urban exploring by herself. Now that she's gotten used to being in the circus, the only important thing she has to worry about is the others. There's no jobs, no money, no having to make ends meet to keep your head above water. The show has explicitly said that the most important thing in this place is the people around you. Which makes sense, they're the only thing that's real. So this has really given her the opportunity to open her doors and start making friends again. That interaction with Gummy Goo didn't only mean that much to her in the circus, but also in her previous life. That's why she said this.
I think I know the feeling. Well, maybe not the exact feeling, but feeling like you're nothing is kind of normal. I mean, people even feel like that in the world I came from.
That's why in the torture scene in episode 8, the part with Gummy Goo and his friends trying to eat her, it actually makes a lot of sense to me. It doesn't feel shoehorned in just because we can't think of any other emotional core for Pomni. It actually does have significance. Episode 3 definitely didn't get as much attention as the first two. It was actually the least viewed in the series for a while.
I think there's a very good reason for that.
This is one of the 2 episodes in the series that I didn't make a video or a reaction on. So this will be interesting to rewatch because it'll be the first time that I give my thoughts on this specific episode in a video. I miss this intro a lot. It was so much more fun.
I can't hold it any longer.
Try not thinking about it. Or you could toughen up. I want to see what your funny cartoon body does.
Here I
go. This track is awesome.
Huh. Guess the hue shift just gets faster.
Why am I the one doing this? Why not one of you guys?
Because something different happens with each person. For instance, Kinger starts glowing, Ragatha's hair noodles stick up, Gangle's mask starts spinning, and Zooble turns straight.
My limbs straighten up and f*** off.
I know it's foreshadowing the holding the breath scene for later in Hell, but it's just awesome just spending time here to just show off all the different characters' little gimmicks. But Goose said that when she was designing the characters for this show, she wanted to make all of them different, and she already did that really well in terms of like their personalities and their designs. And then this scene just kind of justifies that. I don't think a lot of people understand. It's really hard to be creative like this, to have so many ideas and show them off all in one. Like, she didn't have to make up all these different concepts, but she just did.
He refuses to show us because he's a coward.
I want to keep the mystery alive. What do you, the viewers, think it is?
Wait, I wonder, we still haven't seen what happens when Jax holds his breath. Will we get to see that in episode 9? They have to pay that off.
Today's adventure is the mystery of Mildenhall Manor. This big, spooky mansion has been rumored to be filled to the brim with paranormal activity.
I haven't mentioned that Alex Roshan was born for this role as Kane.
It's up to you to solve the house's deep mysteries and capture all the ghoulish ghost activity you can.
Now, I don't know what the deal was here, because I know that Goose wrote all of these episodes at the same time. Like, they even did all the voiceovers before the pilot released. I think it was from episode 2 up until 4. Is it just a coincidence that she made the spooky episode, which released in October? Or were Glitch just super smart about it and just timed it at the perfect moment? Because I'm a real sucker for like Halloween specials in shows. That's why on my second channel I made a Halloween and a Christmas special, because I just really love episodes that are themed around a holiday, and I think Halloween is probably my favorite.
Where's Zooble? I made this adventure really cool and mature, just for them.
I can't wait for all the children in the audience to get horrible nightmares from the monster.
What?
Yeah, they knew. See, it's exactly what I said at the beginning of the video.
Everybody into the fractal noise! It's adventuring time!
I'm not really a fan of horror, and I don't really handle jump scares that well.
Okay, so I wonder if some of y'all can explain this to me in the comments, because Pomni said that in her spare time, when she wasn't doing a job, she liked doing urban exploring. Well, how do you like going and exploring abandoned buildings and stuff in the darkness when you're not really a fan of horror? Because those two things just don't really add up to me. And that's why I'm asking you to tell me, because is urban exploring and like horror like this two different things? Like, if you're scared of a horror movie, would you still not mind doing urban exploring? Because, I don't know, that's just a little weird thing that's in the back of my mind.
Does anybody hear that?
Hi, I'm Ghostly, and I'll be your guide today.
I love all of the different, like, references that this episode brings across to for, like, Halloween themes. Like, obviously we have this, which is Luigi's Mansion. Also, this episode gives me, like, mad Scooby-Doo vibes. I can't be the only one who thinks this. And because of that, the whole thing just feels a little bit more cartoony than the last two episodes.
The door on the left is the normal door.
Rated wow for all ages.
The door on the right is the really scary door.
Rated for mature Zoobles only.
Okay, that's another gag that I love, not in this, only in this episode, but throughout the entire show, is Kane's kind of mini rivalry with Zooble. I just think it's really, really funny the way he passively insults them all the time. But I think another reason why it works is because it's clearly shown in this episode that he is trying to help them, and when he fails to do that, he just resorts to being, like, getting more and more fed up towards them.
Which door should we choose?
Not sure. Let's try this out.
Okay, that shit wasn't even fair.
Zooble, I just want to get to the bottom of why you keep skipping all my amazing adventures. You could end up really hurting Bubbles' feelings.
And this is the first time where I think we start getting a tiny bit serious with Kane. Like, obviously he's still his goofy, over-the-top, not really understanding self. But the fact that he is actually trying to have a serious conversation with one of the characters now. And especially the fact that it's Zooble, who I've complained the last episode that I don't really like how they weren't getting much focus, but I'm fine with it now because we do get a lot more insight into Zooble, and the fact they weren't shown that much in the first two episodes helps with this kind of development. I just think it's starting to build on so many different things in so many different angles. It makes the whole show and the characters and I'd say the plot, but that's not too much of the focus at the moment. I'd say mainly the characters. It just makes all the characters and their interactions feel much more three-dimensional. And it only gets better as the show goes on.
So, what's on your mind, Zooble?
I literally spend so much time just staring into, like, Kane's mouth. What? And just seeing how his teeth emote as his lips with his tongue and, like, how it coincides with his eyes and that. It's just interesting because they do such a good job in integrating actual human facial expressions with his very weird and absolutely not normal design of a head.
I've already told you what my problem is. You just never remember because... never mind.
My mind is a beeswax polished coconut. Nothing ever escapes these cakes. So what can I do to make my adventures more appealing to you?
See? This is exactly what I'm talking about. All you're thinking about is your adventures. It has nothing to do with the adventures.
Wow, I'm going to be pausing a lot this episode. This is also when we start getting a lot more insight to things that have been going on since before Pomni has showed up. The first two episodes, a ton of the focus has been on Pomni, but we haven't really spoken about any of the characters or events that have happened in the past. So I think that what Zooble said there, I've already told you about my problem, you just never remember, is the first time we actually hear something in true past tense. And then we also get that even more when we see, like, get the backstory with Kinga and his wife, but I'm getting ahead of myself.
No.
I'm happy now that the show is showing some really creepy shit and not trying to rein it in a little. They're just going all out with it now.
My name is Baron Theodore Mildenhall.
And that's something I want to search up. I want to see who played Mildenhall, because when I first watched the premiere of this episode, I was like typing in chat. I could maybe find the replay if I tried, but I was constantly typing in chat, "It's Kinga's voice! It's Kinga's voice on the tapes!" And I thought there was going to be like some major lore reveals. And there kind of was, because it's the way Mildenhall accidentally murdered his wife kind of parallels with the way Kinga didn't murder his wife, but how he lost his wife. Although he you can kind of twist it where he murdered her because he created Cain and whatever, and that's why his wife abstracted. But again, I'm getting way too ahead of myself.
The creature you see before you is one I've been pursuing for years. Not quite a man, but not quite an animal. Something unholy. Something evil.
No, it's actually something very holy and not evil. Why did God have to design his angels so disgustingly?
You know, I'm starting to think...
That's something Goose is really good at, is also bringing across very obvious foreshadowing, like where it's supposed to be obvious, but in the case of where it's too obvious to the point where we don't pick up on it, and then they disguise it as a joke. Like when Kinga says there, I'm starting to think, he actually means that. There's no way around it. He is starting to think, and he just flat out says it. But it's disguised as just a joke, and Kinga doing his typical shtick that we don't pick up on it. It's like reverse psychology on top of reverse psychology. There's just so many layers.
Okay, cool, that's great. I love these adventures. It's locked. It's locked, of course. It's locked. I love that it's locked.
This is also the last episode where we get totally manic Pomni. You know, she doesn't quite act like this in episode 4, so I think this is the last time. That interaction with Kinga has completely changed her.
Do not let the head out of your sight. You have been warned.
Wow, this is some rather inconvenient lore placement.
I got it.
And this is some rather inconvenient darkness.
I will say, I like this scene a lot. I love the 2D animation. I love all the humor with Kinga and Pomni. They're such a great duo, because Pomni's more grounded, but she's totally, like, freaking out. And then Kinga's just... I don't want to use the word stupid, but stupid. But I think it goes on just a little bit too long. It felt a little bit stretched out, so I think they could have just cut it back a tiny bit, not too much.
What was that?
What's what?
That.
It's probably just magnets. Or a boat.
It sounds like magnets or a boat. It very well could be.
There's a fly in here. And gotcha! I think I got him. I can't see my hands. I'm sorry, could you speak up? I couldn't quite make that out.
God, the humor in this show is top notch. And Kinga really is the king of the humor in the show.
Prepare for takeoff, cause this boat is going up!
Boats don't go up.
Huh?
What is bro saying?
Why are we going up?
Now he's starting to freak out.
I do not use my adventures to torture my guests. Any torment I inflict is 100% accidental, like any good war criminal.
I can just imagine Kane, like, putting that, because if this were, like, a game, I can imagine Kane just putting that on, like, a waiver, and you have to accept to the licensing agreement, any torment that's inflicted is 100% accidental.
I don't like myself. I hate this body. I hate all these stupid removable pieces. I just want to find something that feels good.
Oh, yeah, now I remember why I couldn't remember. It's because that problem is already solved. Simply swap out your undesirable Zooble parts for better ones.
I've been trying to find parts I like since the day I got here.
So, back to the adventures.
Forget it.
Forget it?
Just forget it.
Forget what?
Kane, nobody likes your stupid adventures.
Oh, Zooble, Zooble, Zooble. Making adventures is my art. It's all I exist to do, all I'm good at. And, what you're saying could imply that I'm bad at the only thing I'm good at, and that... that'd be...
Whose therapy session is this again?
Oh, yeah!
So that scene right there, even though it isn't much, that is the sort of stuff that I wanted in episode 2, because that is so quick and simple, but it just already delivers so much to me. The fact that this is the first time we see how this world, how it can kind of become damaged and how vulnerable Kane is. The fact that Zubul barely even said anything and caused him to have that much of a breakdown is some scary shit. And I love the fact that it all does come back later.
I'm gonna show you some ink blots, and you're gonna say the first word that comes to your mind.
Throw up.
I ended up shooting the love of my life, mistaking her for the creature. It's ironic, isn't it? In my attempts to protect her,
Yeah.
I ended up becoming the monster myself.
So already just in this episode alone, the whole thing with Mildenhall and his wife and Kinger and his wife do parallel, but I think they parallel even more now that we've learnt who Kinger is and the fact that he created Kane, and also his wife was involved in all this, and then she abstracted, and also in episode 6 where he said that he felt responsible for the things that he'd done. He kind of is, because he's the one. I don't know what happened. Maybe his wife worked alongside him in the computer science industry. If he didn't rope her into this whole circus project or this AI project that he was involved with, he wouldn't have had to bear the pain of her abstracting. Maybe he feels that he's accidentally shot the love of his life. Like, that's the thing. After watching all the episodes now, this all makes more sense.
How's about we take his gun?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Oh, here's my favorite joke.
Please don't come alive.
Okay, I won't.
That's the kind of thing I'd write in one of my videos.
I think we may have a problem this way too.
Just leave it to me. I can handle this. Well, that wasn't so bad.
Which is what I would be saying if I didn't know that the creature was actually one of God's angels.
I love this twist too. It's so out of left
Anyone
field.
who I need a living host in order to escape the Hall of the Damned, and your bodies will be my only means of doing so.
Now wait, how did he record this if he was in hell?
They set that up as if it's going to be a one-liner, but then it turns out to be like his first, well, not his first, but one of his most, like, coherent sentences.
Good tea. Sorry.
Oh, I need some tea now.
You know how men are. Always having the silliest priorities.
Don't I know it?
That's what every single Jackson wants to do to him.
Let me try something. Hey, there's actually a staircase down there.
I'm just gonna try going fast.
Wait, Pomni!
Something I find funny is the fact that Gooseworks always performs the weirdest entities in the circus. Like, she played Bubble, she played the Moon, and apparently she played Possessed Pomni too.
How's your wife, Kinger?
7 years of computer science for this, huh? How about we just relax for a bit while nothing's chasing us?
Oh, Pomni crying.
Why have you been acting so different lately?
I have, haven't I?
So, I will say one thing. Take this chair. That's all I needed to say. But no, I think with Kinger becoming sane like this, I knew they were building it up after the whole bucket thing in the last episode, but I was not expecting it this episode. You know, this was a big twist for me. All this stuff with his wife and that, I knew all the symbolisms or whatever, but I didn't think we were literally gonna get an entire ass explanation of his backstory. And I think they may have done it a little bit too early. I would have liked to see the other characters developed first before we got Kinger, our goofy comic relief's backstory. Especially since it takes so long before it goes anywhere in the plot. Like, it takes so long for Pomni to tell them about his whole darkness thing. I guess she didn't really need to in most of the other episodes, but still, I feel like they played their hand in it a little bit too early. And also another thing is that my brother and I went on about repeating things in the last episode, or not directly repeating things, but just repeating sort of the same tone of things, you know? Like, there's a few scenes in the pilot and episode 2 that kind of parallel each other, and I feel the same here. This scene definitely parallels the whole talk with Gummy Goo. I know this time it's Kinga comforting Pomni rather than Pomni comforting the other one. But I now think that this scene is even better than the Gummy Goo scene. Mainly because I explained it last episode. I thought Gummy Goo was just a little bit of wasted potential in terms of developing the plot for the show. Whereas this isn't. This is a very, very big scene that comes back later in the show, and Kinga is a very important character. Obviously, he's part of the main cast, so I like this scene a lot. It's not only emotional for this episode alone, but it's significant. And I said before, this is the last time we see Manic Pomni. I think this is where she really starts to grow into her own. Kinga was my favorite character before, or my favorite character in the main cast, and now this has just fully solidified him as being my main character. And I like how we haven't even got the full extent of who he is yet. Like, we still don't know that he created Cain. It's kind of teased with that computer science line, but, you know, we still don't fully know it yet. But again, like I said before, I think they should have just played this a little bit later down the line. I felt like it was just a bit too early for the series. But I can't complain. I said I wanted more plot development, more backstory in these episodes. So again, I'm just happy, you know. I don't let my flaws get in the way of me enjoying things. So, you know, if you don't like what I'm saying, just keep in mind, it's not that big a deal for me. I'm just being honest and pointing out what's on my mind.
Right after my wife had abstracted, I don't recall the exact string of events, but we both ended up in the fort together. And it was dark. The darkness seemed to calm her down a bit. The harsh, jagged edges smoothed out, and she didn't seem aggravated anymore. She wasn't the same as before, but she was calm enough to touch one last time before she got sent to the cellar.
I praised Alex Roshan before for Cain, and Sean Chiplock, I think that's how you say his name, is also another fantastic voice actor. He can deliver goofy and funny so well, and he can deliver serious and somber perfectly. In my mind, a true actor is someone who can play multiple personas, multiple roles.
In this world, the worst thing you can do is make someone think they're not wanted or loved.
Yeah, the scene really still makes me sad to this day because it brings me back to people like Gummy Goo in episode 2 and feeling really sorry for Pomni and thinking back what she's been through in the last episode.
I've been thinking about that. Maybe we can get through if we don't breathe.
I'm not very good at holding my breath.
Well, how about we try not thinking about it? Pomni was very brave. At least I think she was. Were you?
Something like that.
I love that look of reassurance Pomni now gives when, you know, she knows he's gone back to being insane, but she just smiles like, that's okay. I now know the truth behind him. It's not his fault.
Thanks for always being concerned about me. I feel like through everything, I haven't really been appreciative enough about that.
And again, I keep saying it, there's the transition from old Pomni into new Pomni. That scene there is more like the Pomni we know today.
Did you remember to get my comedy mask?
Or first time we... Yeah, it's first Kinga swear.
Welcome back, my meowing milkmaids!
Don't ever call us that again. So what was it like being stuck with the nutcase?
It wasn't that bad, actually.
That was episode 3 of the Amazing Digital Circus. So for me, episode 1 to 4 is like the classic era of Digital Circus. And yeah, that episode's still my favorite of the classic era because, you know, I love the adventure more, the Halloween vibes. It's just so up my alley. And, you know, Kinga is my favorite character, and I think his backstory is so emotional and gut-wrenching. It gets me every single time. And as I said, it's also where Pomni steps out from her old skin and into her new one. I think episode 4 is kind of like the, I think the epilogue to that saga, the Pomni saga of her growth. I think her growth is complete by then. And it's when we start to get even more insight into the characters. We started getting there with Zubul, but then we now get another episode where it's fully focused on a character, that being Gangle. So again, I'm repeating so many things, but in the second episode of my retrospective, talking about episode 2, I said about how Gummy Goo is good for Pomni's growth, but it's just the way that they don't use him for anything else in the show. They don't use him for like lore or plot, like the idea of Kane's AI coming to life. It's a bit sucky, you know, I felt like it was a bit of a waste developing all that. And that's why I think I like the emotional scene in this episode even more, because it all does come back, you know. I said it before, King is such a significant character, his lore is super important. We don't know the full extent of his lore yet, but now we know about his wife and what happened to her and stuff. And it's only going to come back later, and it's only going to change the show. I also said, like, that whole meltdown with Kane, such a small, insignificant scene, but, like, I want more stuff like that where it just shows off just a little bit more about where the plot is going, because I just find scenes like that really awesome. And we still don't quite get that until episode 7, but once again, I'm not complaining. I feel like people should talk about this one more, because it was when the show started introducing its main themes with developing its characters and plot. We started to get there in episode 2 by establishing the direction the episodes would be going in from now on, but this is when we start to get our first major insights into other characters outside of Pomni, and probably the biggest lore drops in the entire series. Because these lore drops were kind of what catapulted the rest of what's been discussed in the show up until now. I'm referring a lot to Kinga's backstory, by the way, and also Zubul's struggle of self-acceptance, which we see a lot of these characters go through later down the line, just in different forms to one another. So that's my conclusion on the Amazing Digital Circus episode 3. Episode 4, I said, was the most related to me. I made a video talking about it when the episode came out back in December of 24. So next episode of this retrospective is going to be an interesting one, because we're going to see if I still feel the same way or if I've changed my mind, because just thinking about it now, I think that I might relate to other characters more than Gangle now that I've watched the full series. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll see when we watch it. Bam, bam, bam.
So you just wind your arm backwards in a big circle, release right at the bottom, and follow through. You got that?
Jax! I actually didn't mean to do that.
Are you alright, Gangle?
To be honest, I believe him.
Hey, Gangle, I think I found something you might like.
This is also the first time where... Wait, is this the first time we see Gangle and Zubul interact? Oh my god, I think it is. I've been thinking back to the last 3 episodes, and I knew that this was the beginning of their friendship with each other, but I forgot. This is actually the first time in the show that we see them talk.
The best part is it's plastic, so it won't break as easily.
So it always made me wonder, like, where do all of these things come from? Like, why does Zubul have this random mask for Gangle to wear? I've seen a few more theories of people talking about it. So from episode 8, we know that the characters can conjure up things on their own if they kind of put their mind to it. So maybe with plot points like this, Zubul just accidentally conjured up this mask for Gangle and remembered, oh yeah, I have this. Then another question that could raise is, why don't the characters question it? I guess maybe they think that, you know, in this digital world, anything is possible. So, you know, when something random happens like this, you know, they're so used to all of this random shit that goes on around here, they just don't really question it that much anymore. So I don't think the idea of them being able to conjure things up on their own like Kane would really cross their mind, especially since Kane is kind of like brainwashed and gaslit them into thinking that, well, he is the host, but really made his stance that he is the host and he's the only one that can do this sort of stuff. So I think that's a really interesting plot point. Leave in the comments if you've heard of this.
It feels normal. Like, in a good way. Thank you, Zubul.
Did somebody say adventure?
No.
I did.
Today's adventure is The Curse of the Violent Psychopath Butcher! It's up to you
Wait. Can we, chill with the horror, please? I really don't want this to be like last time.
What happened last time? Was that the one made for me?
There was this awful, horrifying angel head thing. And when we tried to fight back at all, we got sent to hell where evil souls tried to infest our bodies. It was bad.
Why did you think I would like that?
Well, if you're all gonna be such critics, why don't you suggest a better one?
We do! Have you not checked the suggestion box once?
Gonna be real, I forgot we had that. How about an adventure where Zooble gets turned into a piñata and we all take turns beating them up? Let's just have an adventure where Jax can't talk through the entire thing.
Can we maybe pick one that's more normal?
So then that was like the first step of where I started to really connect with this episode. Now, I've seen a lot of different interpretations of how people view Gangle's mask thing. You could go the simple route and just say that she's, very out of touch with her emotions. She's just very emotional. Her sadness takes over more than any of her other emotions or any other of her masks. And then some people have said that it's like a medication analogy. But the way she says that it feels normal, and can we do something that's a bit more normal? That was always my mindset when I was back in school and I was trying to socialize with people. I didn't think I was normal enough, so I had to act more normal in order to connect with people, because otherwise I was just the lonely social outcast. And that's kind of what Gangle is. She can't ever say a line without any drama. She can't enjoy herself on any of the adventures. And, the characters are nice to her. It's not like they bully her, except for Jax, of course. It's not like she gets an awful lot of attention, not until Zooble discovers that they had this mask for her. And I just kind of felt the same way. The fact that I had to put on a mask to completely change who I am so that all the other characters should be able to notice me, which we see more later in this episode, and it obviously goes wrong. So let's keep watching so I can actually get across what I'm trying to say.
Let's have one where we all work at a fast food place.
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
Great! That means today's adventure is an honest, hard day's work at Spudsy's restaurant chain. And you can be the shift manager.
Aww. You did not just make that today's adventure.
That's right.
I do feel happy for her, though, that Kane actually has a lot of faith in her to be a leader on one of the adventures. Because if she wasn't, I feel like Kinger would be the manager, because he's always in a position of power whenever they have roles on an adventure.
I'm not gonna be a wage slave for fun.
Oh, I know. I could sit this one out, and Zooble could take my place.
What? That's not how that works.
You can shut up now.
I love that Willy Wonka reference. They even played the little horn when she fell.
Get your non-slip shoes ready, because we're going to Spudsy's.
My non-slip shoes? What, my Crocs? I actually wear Crocs at my bakery job. I wear Crocs in the kitchen because they're non-slip.
I guess I should get into manager mode and get us all kicked off.
This is funny too, just first step of being a manager at a fast food place is just pressing buttons and turning shit on. It really does look like a McDonald's tycoon on frickin' Roblox.
Hello?
Hey, Kane. We're having a bit of an issue with the employees, and I was wondering if you could maybe have a punishment waiting for them at the end of the day if they do a terrible job.
Wait, what?
Motivation! That's what my adventures have been missing. Great idea, Gangle. I'll be sure to make something truly awful awaiting your rotten employees.
Why would you do this?
It's called a manic episode, and you're getting 3 more seasons.
Okay, so now let's talk about Marissa Lenti. As Gangle, you need to be able to play so many different emotions, but as the same character. Manic Gangle sounds very different to Sad Gangle. They could almost be 2 different characters. All I'm saying is that she has such a good vocal range as well. I don't know how she can bring out these really hyped pitched lines and talk like this because my throat would bleed after all that. And she puts so much energy into delivering all of her comedic parts. And even when she's got the sad mask on, like during the truck adventure when Gangle was driving, all Gangle said was just what or made a noise or something, but it was always just funny listening to it because the way she delivered it was just so well done. I always think that the way you deliver a line does more than how it's written. Like most of these lines that Gangle says in this episode and other episodes aren't really that funny on paper. You'd read that and there's no joke there. But when Marissa shouts, "We need to find the Tommy gun!" in that tone, it just makes it so much funnier.
Jax, it's your job to set up the drink station, make new coffee and iced tea, and fill the ice
Oh,
cream
she's
machine,
animated
so
hilariously.
Get to it.
This is definitely my favorite interpretation of Gangle. This episode also gets me hungry too. Like, I really want a full McDonald's, like, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All 3 meals of the day from McDonald's.
Oh, hey! It's Orbs Man!
Oh, I love that. I've never noticed that before. Ragatha has a plaster on her face. Because when you get thrown into a deep fat fryer, all you need is a plaster, and that'll sort it out. The classic cartoon visual gag.
Oh, I hate this guy.
Never say you hate the customer while the customer is still here. We wait until after hours for that.
I don't think I've ever said I hate a customer before. My customers are normally pretty nice.
One stupid burger.
Heard you loud and clear.
Oh, and here's my favorite Ragatha. I think this is everyone's favorite Ragatha. When I saw her on the thumbnail, what she looked like on the thumbnail for this episode, I was so ready for what they were going to do with this. I think it's made funnier because the way Ragatha is animated, she's animated like this in all the episodes. Her movements are so much more soft. Like if she swings her arms, there's so much ease in and ease out with her movements. Because obviously she's meant to be made of plush. She's a ragdoll. So when she's high like this, you know, the way she like flops on the ground or like squishes her head on the countertop, it just looks so much more hilarious. Like if it was Jax that was high or Zubul that was high, I don't think it would have looked quite as funny as Ragatha. It's just because her specific character is animated in a specific way. So that makes the visuals of the gag even funnier.
Kane's not gonna do anything malicious. It's not in his nature.
You really want to find out?
See, I never considered that foreshadowing. The thought of Kane being mean, or like mean where it's genuine and not like a misunderstanding mean, that thought just never crossed my mind. It was a total shock to me in episode 8. Kind of sad, you know? But I guess that makes this scene foreshadowing now.
I wouldn't push it.
That's rich coming from you.
That's true! That is rich coming from them, because they said I wouldn't push it, and then in episode 8, Zubul regretted antagonizing Kane so much, they kind of feel responsible for getting him to the point where they got him. So it's kind of funny how they're saying that now, because then they go back on it. I'm not completely blaming Zubul, by the way, if you think that. It's not Zubul's fault that Kane lost his mind. Kane was just... He was a disaster waiting to happen for all of these characters.
Hello.
Hello, Sheila. I'll have a sausage bacon jaffle combo. And the mates here just want 6 hash browns split between.
And the mates here. I love that line for some reason.
Well, can I help you, miss?
I just wanted to say hi.
Hi. Do we know each other?
Who played him? Because I've always loved his voice. Not just his voice, but the performance too.
Ragatha, where's Pomni?
Huh? Oh, she's flirting with the gummy guy. Because
The
she'd
gummy
rather
guy.
be with an NPC than with us or something.
So you remember I said earlier with Gangle that delivery is just as important as the actual written line itself. And that's another thing that makes High Ragatha so funny, is because Amanda Hufford's deliveries are just hilarious. Makes it so much funnier.
I
like how they bring back the
want to
score
wish
for
you
this
a
scene.
pleasant day. Thanks for eating at Spudsy's.
Have a good one, miss.
So, right, I said last episode, Pomni's interaction with Kinga was the final time we see old Pomni, like classic Pomni from the pilot, and then this is kind of like the epilogue to that. You know, the last time she had to say goodbye to Gummigoo, it turned her into this, but I love that this time, now that she has to say goodbye to Gummigoo again, it's turned her into this.
I don't care about any of this.
Well, that doesn't really sound like a can-do attitude to me.
It's not.
Bad.
I like you better when you're sad.
Maybe you just need some more...
More.
Training.
Huh?
Hi, welcome to Spudsies. In this video, you're gonna learn the ins and outs of what makes you a good crew member and a valuable asset to the Spudsies Corporation.
When did you make this?
Now, I know what you're thinking. I don't want a career in fast food. I want to be a comic artist and eventually launch my own manga-inspired webcomic.
So the interesting thing about this scene, I also spoke before about that theory where the characters have unintentionally conjured things. This is another one of those things. Like, Gangle literally made an entire ARG of herself, which didn't confuse me, but it really weirded me out, like with a lot of other people, because Gangle's not like Kane, she's just another character. So how does she have like her own themed papers on the wall and a training video that's literally based around her emotional leverage? And it just seemed a bit weird because she just seemed so Kane-ish in this episode, but I don't know how that can be possible because that's not her role in the circus. But again, it makes sense now because now we know that these characters can technically do what Kane can do. And I like that. I like how originally it didn't quite make a lot of sense and it left me wondering, and the show has now explained it. I always thought that was a cool theory too. I always liked the idea that what if these characters could have these same abilities as Kane, and we've got a taster of it all throughout the entire show. We've had it confirmed in episode 8, and I really hope that they start using it to their full advantage in episode 9, because I'd love to see them do some cool shit with it.
First things first. Are you smiling?
I also love the way they animate her fingers to try and make her pointing or holding up a digit.
It's time for your employee reevaluation.
Goose has got to stop doing such, like, restraining things to Jax. She tied him up in the last episode, and in this one, he's got frickin' held in a massage chair. You're really asking for it, Goose. You want your file of Jax fan art to be filled to the brim.
Hey, we need to start assembling these. I'm running out of room here.
I made like 5 or 6 of them.
Cool, that's 6 out of 300.
Ugh,
you are such a grouch.
Why are you always being a grouch?
That's what I mean. The delivery is brilliant.
Gangle, can you help Ragatha? I think she huffed paint or something.
Huffing paint and not waiting until a designated break?
No
right there.
way.
No, wait.
You're only allowed to take drugs during lunch service. Lunch break, I meant.
Why are you even the boss anyway? I feel like I'm way more responsible than you.
Ragatha, if she was being the manager, this place would fucking be torn to shreds. I don't know why I think that. I'm just picturing it in my head now, and Manager Ragatha.
Well, if you underperform now, you might end up hurt later.
Hurt nothing.
I'm hurt enough. Packages landing on my head. Tea parties, dancing lessons.
What's wrong with her?
I didn't know what the exact reference was, but that line was just way too random that I knew it was a reference to something, so I looked it up.
A team works much better when we're all giving it 110% instead of, 5.
No offense, but you're kind of annoying when you have your happy mask.
Zubul, help Ragatha with assembly. I'm gonna go over here now.
Oh, Gangle.
Gangle's really sympathetic, though. I'll say that. I might not relate to Gangle as much anymore, like I thought I did. But
are you kidding me? Hey, Gangle! I think the clock's broken.
Is it broken? Or are we the broken ones?
I love that tiny delivery from Michael because it's like it's the typical digital circus thing. He goes, "Oh great, we're having another dramatic episode. You know, it's so regular with us cast of freaks." Man, I'm gonna get loads of hate on this series, aren't I? I'm insulting the hell out of these characters.
Well, that was more info on gloink reproduction than I ever needed to know.
No, Pomni, that's important biological studies that you need to learn.
You're drunk or something.
I also like to see more grounded Jax in this episode. I thought this was also really cool.
How you doing?
I knew that we'd see Jax get developed eventually, but
I'm doing...
So I found it really awesome when we actually saw it. Just him being normal instead of being the funny one.
You good?
My comedy mask is usually broken by now.
We're doing another one of these.
I like how we don't go through with another emotional therapy talk scene because we've had that multiple times. I've said in this series too that this show does repeat things, so I'm glad they don't repeat another Gummy Goo or another Kinger talk and they just kind of move on from it because even the show knows this.
Do you have anybody to talk to? Like, in regards to your issues? I'm sure Ragatha would like to help you out.
Oh, Ragatha. I love her, but after a while it gets kinda hard to tell how genuine she's actually being.
I love that line because now that's the first time we ever get... That's something else. I've noticed that every episode we get a little bit of insight into what the next episode's going to be about. Because episode 5 is Ragatha's episode where we learn about her fake masking. Kind of like what Gangle is doing now. Masking, putting on a different persona in order to... Well, not really please people, but just putting on a mask. And that's the first time we hear about it. Just like in episode 2, we got a bit of insight into Kinger becoming sane. Episode 3, we got some insight into why Zubul doesn't really like going on adventures, and then the next episode, we see them join the other cast.
We've got work to do!
God, this would be a nightmare. Imagine working all day in fucking McDonald's. Is this real time too? Did they actually work? What was it, like 12 hours? God, that would be horrible if they felt the real time of this shift. This is something else that threw me off with this episode too. Not in a bad way, but just how real everything feels, which, like I said, that's not a bad thing. That's what the episode was going for, you know? It was meant to be more quiet in terms of the score. It was meant to feel a little bit more miserable and relatable, like working in an actual job. It was meant to feel long, drawn out, and a little bit boring. That's why this episode isn't my favorite, but like I said, that's not because the episode is bad. It's because that's the vibe it was going for. It was meant to feel a bit more real and a little less fun. So that's why I like episodes 2 and 3 better, but I put this one above the pilot still because it's so introspective, and I like how they go on a major tone shift for this specific adventure. It's really cool. Also the dialogue too, the realistic dialogue, the way Jax accidentally conjured up his own car to drive home when he doesn't even need to drive home. Why was that included? Like I said, going back to that, I say theory, it's not actually a theory because it's confirmed now. Jax maybe conjured up that car on accident. I also didn't get this either when I first watched this. People have said that this is Gangle abstracting. I thought it was just her having an episode, but no. She almost abstracted here, which is crazy.
I can close for you if you want.
Huh?
If you want to get out of here, you can. You don't have to be stuck here alone.
That's
I can
my
handle
Pomni.
closing.
Would that
was
be
something else I
okay?
liked, was...
I think so.
Even though Pomni has...
You should go home and get some rest.
It's a good thing Pomni also didn't get a lot of focus in this episode. and yet she's like completely changed. She's a totally different character now. I really appreciated the show going in such different directions, and it was making me excited to see the rest of the episodes. I can't believe they literally dedicated all this time to give each character their own episode. It gives them so much development. So good, so welcome. And that's the thing, Gangle, just be yourself. I know obviously it's not a good thing being miserable. I don't think that's what the show's trying to portray, but like, it's not a bad thing. I think what it's trying to portray is it's not a bad thing showing your real emotions. Like, look, even when she's just got her sad mask, her normal mask, she still finds a way to be happy or feel free. Oh yeah, and people say that this is a suicide here. No, it wasn't. Look, watch. She tripped over the curb. She didn't run out into the road to push herself. I don't know why Kane did include that truck hitting her, though. Because he did the same thing when they were being tortured in episode 8. So that's another really weird thing that, you know, I wonder if it's going to be answered in episode 9. What is with Gangle getting run over by a truck? And what is it with Jax and fucking driving cars and stuff? We see it in this episode and in episode 7. That's the thing, I'm not sure if these are going to be questions that are going to be answered in episode 9, because I'm not sure if there's going to be enough time. No, there might be. They said it's an hour long. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't matter if they don't answer them, because they're not too major, but it would be interesting to see what this is all about.
The mask didn't work, and now I don't think anybody wants to talk to me anymore.
I still like talking to you. Look, the new mask was a bust. So what? I'm sure we'll find something that works eventually.
But that's what I mean. You don't have to find anything that works. It's not a bad thing. Just being yourself. You don't need to put on a mask. You don't need to change who you are. I do find it weird, though, that we always feel this pressure, like we have to change ourselves. And we think it's to benefit other people, when it's actually the urge to just benefit ourselves, when in the bigger reality of it, it doesn't actually matter.
Now, come on over and hang out with the rest of us. Bring your art too. I always like seeing what you draw.
Yeah. And something I forgot to mention in last episode is that this is when these episodes started ending quite abruptly. Now, before I go any further, I won't say that's not a flaw. I'm not considering that like a flaw of the show. I like how they kind of just stop, because it always got me excited for the next episode. I was always, waiting to see what the next episode of Digital Circus was going to be, because the last one just kind of cut off. We got a little bit more of a conclusion there. We saw Gangle kind of heal up. I'll just answer the question right now. Do I still relate to Gangle? Or do I think I still relate to Gangle? Well, a little bit. I relate to Gangle more than I do for most of the other characters. However, I think I would... Well, I'll wait until I see the other episodes, but right now, just thinking back on the series, I would put Jax and Ragatha above Gangle in terms of relatability for me. But I still stand by some of my points, though. Mainly just the mask analogy. I know the mask analogy can just mean, a ton of other things, like I mentioned before, but it could also mean just the most baseline things of just masking your emotions. For me, I'm putting it as masking who you are, because I did that a lot. I always felt this urge that I had to change and put on a mask. But I think the reason I don't relate to it quite as much nowadays is because I can definitely tell, from what we see later down the line as we see Gangle develop a little bit more. I just don't relate to her as much as I thought I did, because her mask analogy can definitely mean other things. I definitely think it could be like maybe a medication analogy, probably just like a masking your emotions analogy. that's probably what it most likely means, because that's the most obvious. But I relate to it a little bit, and I feel like we can all relate to it a little bit, because we all try to either mask our emotions or mask who we are, because like I said, just us humans, we just have a natural urge that we need to do that. Not everyone, some people just like to be 100% real and connected with who we are, but I feel like with lots of us, that's the kind of thing we have to grow with and come to terms with. I don't think for most of us it's a natural thing where we can just kind of accept who we are. We have to kind of learn, and that's what Gangle learns. I'll also just give a quick review on the episode. I really like how the tone is brought a lot more down. It's a lot less cartoony. It feels a little bit more miserable. The characters feel a lot more real with the way they talk and what goes on, except for Ragatha, obviously, but I don't need to go there. But at the same time, it still keeps the spirit of Digital Circus. It keeps the completely absurd development of the world. It keeps the really good jokes and lines that the characters deliver to each other. And I think, for me, that this is when the animation peaked in the show. I feel like nowadays, since episode 5, the show has gone just a little bit too over the top with its animation, with just the lighting and the textures and that. Because one thing I liked about the pilot is that it did feel very fake and cheap, but I liked that. It was kind of in line with the spirit of the show, because it's the Amazing Digital Circus. It kind of is fake, but I felt like the pilot was just a little bit too cheap in some places. Like I said, it was mainly just far too bright and colorful. That was the only thing. But I think episode 4 is where the show looks just right. It still looks, like I said before, kind of like a Roblox obby, but it doesn't feel like too much. I think they struck the perfect balance in this episode, and episode 5 is where we got the big change, and I noticed it immediately when I started that episode. Speaking of episode 5, has been my favorite in the series for a really long time. So stick around if you would like to see if episode 5 is still my favorite Digital Circus episode. I'm drinking Coca-Cola out of a Pepsi cup. I'm gonna get cancelled from this video. Why do these episodes always open with the best OST? Okay, yeah, so right off the bat, I'm pausing. The animation is too much. I mentioned this in the last episode of my retrospective, where I think episode 4 is where they struck the perfect animation for this show, where it wasn't quite like the pilot, where it was a little bit too overstimulating, but when it wasn't quite as much as the show is like now, where things can almost be photorealistic, and it just doesn't really line up with the earlier episodes.
Looks like this one was a home run, eh?
Oh, Zooble, you mismatched cash piano, I'll tear you to pieces! Constructive criticism would be greatly appreciated.
But never acknowledged.
That's it! Everybody besides Zooble, get over here!
This is also the episode where I started to realize that Kane is getting quite fed up. I've never seen him quite this angry before. So this was also the point where I was kind of wondering what direction the show is gonna go in. I think my heart was saying, I don't want Kane to be evil because I like Kane. He's lovable and nice and friendly. But then my head was telling me, nah, he's probably gonna lose his mind, which I thought was a cool concept, because one thing about this show is that the characters go quite insane as events unfold, and it would be kind of cool to see Kane, the omnipotent figure, kind of be in the same shoes as them, just from a different perspective.
Alright, so I've got an adventure where you all tour my amazing magic chocolate factory.
Oh, he drew the S on his notepad. I've never noticed that before. I've never drawn that in my life.
They all sound a little dark.
I can't tell a compelling story where nothing bad happens. Where's the intrigue, the stakes?
Not to mention the sex appeal.
Oh, yeah, we can't forget.
What are you talking about?
I honestly didn't hate the last one we did.
Yeah, I really didn't mind that one either.
What about the rest of you?
I very much did not enjoy that
back
one.
on.
And if we ever do anything even close to that again, I'm getting violent, and I'm going to kill Ragatha.
Well, how am I gonna please everybody if you all—
Oh, wait a minute! Okay, hold on. One very, very likely outcome that the final episode could be is Jax becomes, like, the final antagonist. He becomes the overarching villain of this series. Is that foreshadowing? I'm getting violent and I'm going to kill Ragatha? Was that line foreshadowing for the final episode? I swear to God, if episode 9 goes down that direction of Jax just becoming pure evil, oh man, I'm gonna freaking bust in the cinema. Oh God, I shouldn't have said that.
We'll do a lightning round. going through all the suggestions in the suggestion box in rapid succession. And if you don't like one, you can all vote to skip it.
What? Like, now?
That's right.
Oh, this is
so
weird as
grab
mine.
your bones and pop your pansies, cause here we go!
What does pop your pansies mean? And why did he wiggle his eyebrows when he I say eyebrows, his top row of teeth, when he said that? I do not like that one bit.
Hi, everyone. In today's episode of Poach Everything, I'm going to be hunting the critically endangered red ribbon rhinoceros. Ah, just like Mom used to make.
This is also where the show's humor peaked too. There's so many jokes and visual gags just stuffed into this one episode. And it's a very good reason why this one was my favorite, because I was talking in the pilot that I like how the show felt like it could be something very real. It wasn't just being set up as like a creepypasta for theory bait to only be made out of it. The show actually spent time to develop the characters with all their little quirks and tons of jokes and side plots within the episodes. And this episode just does what the pilot did, where it just felt like a normal TV show, except without any of the plot or lore development. Because not only that, we also get every single character like interacting with each other. Not one of them is left out of the adventures. I feel like if Digital Circus was like a show running across multiple seasons on like Cartoon Network or Disney XD or something like that, most of the episodes would feel kind of like this one. Just not really much to them, just some filler bullshit going on with the characters, but it would be entertaining as fuck.
Wait, what? Why me?
I thought a position of power suited you.
Oh my god, are these all gonna be Jax's ideas?
Well, Miss President, it looks like there are some new developments in the ongoing war between Australia and New Zealand. We may need to take in some refugees.
There's no war going on here. I hope not. Actually, no, that's a lie. Australia and New Zealand have been at war for donkeys, bro. We created Pavlova. No, we created Pavlova.
Come down here for a sec. We all got briefs on our characters. I'm your assistant.
Oh yeah, I didn't give you one because I wanted to see what you'd do.
Thanks, Jax.
I'm not Jax.
Oi, mate! I'm an Australian extremist, and I've come to detonate this bomb that'll release all the world's deadliest spiders into... Did I pick a bad time?
His acting is phenomenal. It's hard to believe he's vegan.
Hi! I'm a New Zealand extremist, and I don't know what New Zealanders threaten people with.
Do you want to hear what that audio file of Bubbles sounded like before it was distorted? Yeah, I actually found the behind the scenes tweet. Thank you, Gooseworks.
Yeah, there's nothing more fun than being back in school.
Just give it a chance, Jax. Jeez.
There's nothing wrong with your suggestion.
How did you know this was my suggestion?
Can you believe this, Pomni? First she draws anime, now she drags us all into one. She must be one of them, losers.
You threw me out of a moving truck.
All right, class. Today, we're gonna learn the popular foreign language known as English.
This is boring. I vote we skip it.
Shut up.
Funny, I listened to all of the dubs recreating that foreign language joke.
Slice of life animes are the worst ones. It's embarrassing. I mean, I guess it's not as embarrassing as that time Gangle took an anime figure and...
Yeah, let's skip it, that's fine. Let's skip this one.
How would Gangle have even filled the jar? With what?
Can I finally relax?
Pomni's hat is my favorite.
I guess so, but I prefer a little bite to my adventures.
Well, why don't you help yourself to a side?
Oh, I think it's been confirmed now that this was Kinga's adventure.
Thanks.
I'd always wondered whose adventure this was. It wasn't a character's that's no longer in the show. It's Kinga's.
Her comedy mask still breaks every day. Does she think hanging out with Zubul is gonna magically fix that?
Maybe. She just doesn't want to hang out with someone who's mean to her all the time.
She likes when I'm mean to her, though.
I didn't think you cared about what other people like.
No, yeah, you're right. I don't.
So remember I said before that this episode feels the closest to how like just a regular episode of the show would feel if it was like a long-running show? That's why I also like the character development in this one the most. Now, here's the thing. I kind of like the fact that the character development in this episode was so much lighter than the previous episodes, because the previous episodes, I'm not complaining here, I liked the character development, but it was very obviously like in your face, the messages and the struggles that the characters were going through, and I think that's mainly because Goose had a very limited amount of episodes that she could work with. She had to use the most of each episode to give each individual character as much development as she could. Whereas if it was a long-running show spread out across multiple seasons, I feel like the character development would feel more like this, where it is a little bit more lighter and a little less heavy, like with this or with this. And that's another reason why I think I like this episode a lot more, is because, you know, the character stuff is just a tiny bit more subtle. Yes, it is still just them like sitting around and talking with each other, but like I just said, it's not in your face as much. And also Jax and Ragatha, I think their development is probably my most favorite in the show. Kinga is definitely the most emotional, but these guys, in terms of like the way they portray it in the episodes, the way they deliver it, I think it's the most well done, because like I said, it's much more subtle and it ties in much better with what's actually going on in the episodes, and I kind of like it. At the end of both of these videos, I'll talk about why I feel I relate to Jax and Ragatha a little bit as well, because I think that's another reason I like it so much.
Do you have any actual friends?
Not anymore. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about that. That wasn't meant to be. Hey, Kinger! Did you see the fireflies all the way over there?
Well,
what was that about?
It's nothing. Who cares?
Okay, listen, so... Oh my god, I'm probably gonna get absolutely sliced when I say this, but I don't think what she said was that bad, because I don't think she said that in kind of a way where it was like a bit of a dig at Jax, you know? Because Pomni asked a question and she answered it, and yeah, it was harsh, but it was true, you know? She told the truth, and obviously the result of that was Jax was hurt. So I'm not going to criticize Jax for being hurt by that remark she made, even though I don't think she intended for it to be quite that hurtful. But it was, so in the end, I think she still should have apologized to him. But what I'm saying is that I think that the argument there is equal, you know? I don't think Ragatha's statement was really that awful, but at the same time, Jax felt hurt, so she should have done the Ragatha thing, and she should have maybe apologized to him a little bit. But that wouldn't have made a difference anyway, you know? It was just a situation of irrational thinking and awkward moments.
Doesn't she get on your nerves sometimes?
I mean, she's nice to everyone.
I don't know. I think she tries way too hard. Like, we're stuck in... Why are you always pretending everything's always fine? Like, if you tell someone they're loved and appreciated every day, it just kind of loses all meaning. It just feels like she's trying to take advantage of you, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's another thing as well. That's why... So I've said it multiple times how I feel I relate to Jax and Ragatha. I know, it's a very unlikely pair of characters to feel related to, because it feels like with most people in the fandom, you either relate to one or the other, because they're two complete opposites, right? And I understand that, because they are. But in terms of the argument between them, I don't think either of them are right or wrong, you know? I don't think Ragatha's philosophy is necessarily incorrect, and then I don't think Jax's philosophy is incorrect. Yes, I know he's a horrible twat and he does all these things to these people, but I'll touch on this a lot more later on in this episode and maybe in the next one. I'll kind of explain little bits of it as I go along, and then I'll try concluding it off by explaining the whole situation.
Also, she's dumb and she looks weird.
Think we all look weird.
Excuse you.
I think that's the first time we've actually seen him had to put on his persona after acting a little bit more real.
When would that have even
Oh, I love Ragatha and King are talking over there with the
They look
fireflies. I think King might have been lucid.
I think after this, maybe we could.
Wait a minute! That's a bad thing!
Explain to Daddy Bubble how bad thing.
I think that... Don't say that. I think they're enjoying the suggestion box adventures more than the me adventures. What should I do?
You should die. You should throw a beach
I'm not
party.
pausing
Why
this
do you
scene.
swear now? Ugh, forget it. Let's go to an intermission.
This is my most favorite scene in the entire show. I watch this over and over again. It's unhealthy. Welcome.
Welcome to the Digital Circus.
Doing right now?
We're intermissioning!
Why? Hello?
And now back to the show!
Thank you, Goose. That's even better, the fact that Bubbles said that, because it's Goose who voices him. One cool thing about the intermission scene is that it's right smack bang in the middle of the show, and I'm talking about the entire series. We're in episode 5, which is halfway through the series, and halfway through episode 5, we get this intermission sequence. So we had the intro in the pilot at the beginning, obviously. We've had the intermission scene right in the center of the entire series, and then hopefully we'll have like a special kind of outro at the end. Or maybe not.
Well, I'm calling a vote to turn Zooble into a slug.
Everyone voted against that.
Who hate it?
I wonder what Kane's drink is. It looks kind of similar to Pomni's.
Dickens out there.
Hey guys,
It's raining like the what, Kinga?
I'll have
What do you
a
know about
cosmopolitan.
Dickens?
Give me a corncob blitz.
I'll throw something together.
Do they even have corn
You
here?
know your way around alcohol, huh?
Yeah, this was one of my suggestions. I worked at a bar briefly.
Oh, I love
like
it.
making drinks.
Wait. Digital Caneberry.
Was one.
Oh my god, I love that. Kane has his own brand of alcohol.
What's your story then?
I thought you'd never ask. Well, after my lung cancer diagnosis, me and my junkie associate from a chemistry class I used to teach
Yeah, I figured. How about you, Gangle?
Hey, I wasn't done.
If you're gonna make shit up, at least be creative about it. I know what you're referencing.
Was that a reference to something?
You see, I knew this was terrible because I was in the same boat as Ragatha after she said that because I didn't know what that was referencing either.
I know what you're referencing.
Was that a reference to something?
Oh yeah, was that a reference to something? I now know it's Breaking Bad, obviously, but the only thing I knew about Breaking Bad is that it was about Walter and Jesse cooking.
I worked in fast food.
What are you drawing there, Gangle, dude?
A bartender and a tattoo artist? You're killing me here, Zuby.
What do you mean when you say that? Do you have, like, an actual point, or are you just talking?
He's just talking.
I'm just having fun. I forgot you hate
You could definitely tell he's a little bit pissed in this scene.
I guess I'll go now.
The way he's acting and slumping, slouching.
I was born into a fairly wealthy family. We had a large property with horses and chickens, and my mother, well, my mother was a lot. I worked in real estate for a bit until I ended up here.
That's just something I've realized. This is, I'm gonna get a little bit ahead of myself here, but again, don't know what's gonna happen in the final episode. We're probably gonna find out, but so far we have had more development on the digital circus itself than the characters. I thought the first thing we were gonna find out in terms of lore was like how the characters actually ended up here. No, we've had more, like, backstory on the origin of Kane and CNA and all of that than we actually know about the characters themselves, which I think is quite a cool subversion, if you ask me. I think it's kind of cool that, you know, we've had so much time developing, like, I don't know, the emotions of the characters or whatever, but not quite their backstories as much. And then yet we know more about the lore with the Digital Circus more than their individual lore.
I certainly don't miss the yelling, and the braiding, and guilt tripping.
Braiding, bro. Ew,
And the-
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, just kind of a farm girl. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
And see, that's also interesting too. That look that Jax gave right there, I wonder what that means. Is it just the simple thing? He just feels sympathetic for her, just a little bit of sympathy? Or could it mean something else? Like, does he relate to it, maybe? Did him and Ragatha have the same situation of more like harsh parents, but they've just ended up as two completely different people because of it? That's a topic that's always interested me, is the whole nature versus nurture topic. And I think it's really awesome when media kind of discusses it. I think that's a pretty cool argument for this show between Jax and Ragatha.
Never better.
Do you guys know about his wife?
Huh?
My what? Oh.
What?
That's disappearing guy. That's just what he does.
Sweet.
I see.
By the way, Pomni, sorry about the whole president thing.
I love that look she's giving. She's keeping a very close eye on him.
Wow, the first steps of a budding friendship. Right, Ragatha?
Hey, Pomni. Remember when Kaufmo smashed me against the walls and I got all jumbled up? All things considered, that was pretty funny, right?
No, not really.
Oh, yeah, no. Sorry, that was probably pretty traumatic for you.
Oh, remember when you got high at McDonald's and told Gangle to kill herself? No, that was funny.
I love Kinga's nod of reassurance in the background, even though he wasn't there, so as far as he's concerned, that could have very well happened.
On board! Let's go to the next adventure!
What? You're not even a part of...
It's softball, ladies and gentlemen! We've got the Big Tops playing against the evil Big Tops!
Sup, I'm Evil Pomni.
This was something I never thought I needed in my life. I actually love the evil characters more than the originals. I'd love to see a show just based around these guys. A spin-off Digital Circus. The evil Digital Circus.
But first, let's welcome our special guest, here to sing the American National Anthem.
Oh, say. All right, team. I may not know what's going on, or who is going on.
Let's go,
or
Kinga!
when is going on, or why
Let's
is
go,
going on.
Kinga!
But I do know where is going on.
Yes!
And it's out on that
He knows
field.
where
so
is going
let's
on.
Go break some tailbones, team.
As long as you know where is going on, you will always make it through life.
Well, hello, stupid Gatha.
Stupid
Are you
Gatha.
ready to get completely annihilated? Nobody loves you and you're going to die someday. We can't exactly die.
Wow, evil Ragatha is just the best. Evil Pomni is also the best.
Out. You're out, dumb.
Damn it.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest here. I think this was the point of the episode where I'd had enough. I didn't quite enjoy the softball adventure as the rest of them. I think it's just because I'm not interested in softball at all. But even on my least favorite of the adventures, it still gives me something of value to love. That being the evil interpretations of the characters.
Get owned!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Look at Kangle's face.
Wait,
I'm gonna
what's that?
Jax.
What the heck? Who did this? You!
Gangle's smile is so cute. Gangle's little laugh.
Jax! Bat! I'm gonna kill you when this is over.
Oh wait, I just realized, was Kinga's hand still stuck to the bat when Jax grabbed it?
I'm gonna kill you when this
It is, dude. I've never noticed that before.
I'm not doing this anymore.
Wait, Jax! What about where is going
I
on?
know, Kinga! Jax! What about where?
Oh look, Gangle's up to bat. How do you think this is gonna go?
Would you stop trying to force her to act like you?
Oh yeah, I should force her to be happy all the time instead, right?
Well, it's better than turning her into some insensitive jerk who deflects everything.
I can think for myself, guys.
There's also a tiny little thing that I relate to with Pomni. There's something that they've brought up in a lot of these episodes with Pomni, is that she wants to feel her age. She doesn't like being undermined. And, you know, sometimes I feel that way a little bit. I don't like feeling undermined. I think the only reason I relate to that a little bit is because all of us can, you know? I don't think any of us like feeling that we're undermined or incapable of thinking or feeling or doing things for ourselves.
All right, Pomni, you're up.
Hey, Ragatha. You want to bat for me instead?
What the hell that reaction was.
I guess I could. If you really
remember when I said at the beginning of the episode that I like how the character growth is just a little more subtle and it's more focused on just the fun adventures? I think that's the reason I like this softball game the least out of any of the other adventures, because it's when we start to get, like I said before, a little bit more in your face with all of the character shish again.
Bazowie Zoo-wee-wah! Another home run!
Yeah, Kane just wants to go home.
And that makes 3 home runs in a row! The Big Tops win!
The evil Big Tops had 57 home runs, and then they took them away as soon as fucking Ragatha got 3 out of nowhere.
Well, I hope we all learned that suggestion box ideas are actually not fun at all, and Kane's ideas are much better.
Well, some of them were pretty okay.
I kind of liked the low stakes ones.
I thought the first 2 were awesome. The rest, eh. Oh yeah, Pomni. I can show you that thing in the hall I was talking about.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, Pom-Pom. I also love this scene too because it's showing me that the show is going to start getting serious with its plot, and I'm excited to see it. I was excited to see it. So, is episode 5 still my favorite? Yeah, it definitely is. Like I said, I love just how much more nicer the adventures feel. You know, we're not focusing so much on the characters and their friggin' therapy talks or whatever. I like how we're just having a little bit more fun with some character drama just going on in the background. That's up until the softball adventure. I feel like that's when we started to get really overly serious with the characters again. But again, it's not that bad because, you know, it's still fun to watch. There's still some funny things that go on. And I also like the character growth that goes on in this episode. Like I said, I think Ragatha and Jax are probably my favorite characters to discuss in the show. But I think my ranking at the moment, it's episode 5 first, then episode 3, then episode 2, which is in a close to 3, on like the border to being on par with 3 almost, and then episode 4, and then the pilot comes last. I said before that at the end of the video, I'll discuss my relations to Jax and Ragatha. I'll talk about Ragatha in this video, as this is meant to be her focus episode. Ragatha's problem in this show is she feels that she tries too hard to put on a persona to connect with people, and because of that, she just ends up pushing them away even more. I did the exact same thing when I was younger. I thought that in order to make friends with people, I had to be something that I wasn't. And as they got to know me better, they'd end up hating me or wanting nothing to do with me. In my case, it was a little more attention-seeking than people-pleasing, but it's the same general concept. But the biggest problem in both of our cases is that a lot of that stuff, we really just make it up in our heads. We actually end up hating ourselves even more than we think everyone else hates us. As I've reflected on all of this, I've realized that this is just a part of life. People are gonna come and go. Not everyone is gonna be your best buddy. Not because you need to be different to who you are, but just because that's just the way the world works. What I'm trying to say is don't overthink things. Don't try so hard to be someone else, and just be yourself. Do whatever feels natural to you, as long as you are satisfied. Even if that is putting on a mask to be happier or more pleasant around people. I said it last episode, being disingenuous is such a normal thing that we all do in life. But like I said, you don't have to force yourself to do anything. Just do what feels right to you, and you only. Along the way, you will naturally create new connections with people, and like I said, some might stay for a long time and others might move on. There will be times in your life where you will feel lonely or left out, but don't think it's because no one likes you, because that's just not true. This is all stuff that I've learned by watching this and reflecting on it with my own experiences. And through that, I've grown to feel much more satisfied with myself and the people around me. And Ragatha learns the exact same thing, and I hope that many more people who go through these struggles and feelings can do the same. I was super duper hyped for episode 6, even more than I was for episode 2. I think this is where we start to wrap up all the character conflicts, except for Jax, of course. So next video, I will give one last full breakdown of every character in the cast.
Can you toss that back up here?
What are you doing up there?
I'm hiding from Kane. I think I overheard him talking to Bubble about an in-house adventure, and I'm not gonna be part of it.
Good for you, Zubul.
Kane's been checking up on my room lately. When I don't answer, he just starts singing Daisy Bell in front of my door. It's creepy.
I think the reference there, and I mentioned this when I first reacted to this video, I think it was 1968, maybe earlier. There was a computer that sung Daisy Bell. It was the first ever computer to sing. And Zubul's not wrong, it is creepy. I think that's a reference to that, since obviously Kane is an AI, so what's the first song that would come to his mind?
Does he really do that?
I don't know. Let's ask him. Hey, Kane!
You fucking asshole!
Yes, Jax?
Look, it's Zubul.
You!
Ah, there you are. Now I don't have to do the snap summon thing. And I'm glad I found you. We need even numbers, cause today's adventure is a team adventure. Meet you guys up at the stage in, let's say, 5.7 minutes.
Good, 5.7.
Seeing you all play bat-ball a few days ago really got me thinking. We should do our own sporting event, but with cool, new sports invented by yours truly.
Help me, Kane.
I think this next gag is my favorite Digital Circus gag. I quote this all the time, it's so funny.
In the Kane Leagues, we have the 400-meter vertical skedaddle, bisection boogie egg ball, lateral hijinks, orange sport, ball run, walk ball, run walk, and ball ball.
No, I'm not gonna be on a team with that one.
Zubul, why does all you do is complaining?
You really want to know what I want?
Oh no.
I want the ability to have sex.
Is that uncensored on Netflix?
Are we finally
I might be
having
totally
this
wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, hi, Zubul.
People theorized that that ding there meant that Kane actually fulfilled the request. I mean, I reckon he did in episode 9 since he's gone, which means the characters can do whatever they want. Wait a minute, if they can conjure things up, does that mean that they can conjure genitalia for themselves?
Teamwork is essential to making the dream work.
Kane's head is getting bigger every episode.
Fucks everything all the time.
You are in a mood today, aren't you?
Now.
And why does Jax want to fuck Zubul?
It makes an ass out of you and Ming.
Ming?
Did Kane just say ass?
I watched this clip before the episode came out.
Hi.
And I was so happy when it actually happened.
It's evident now that there's quite a bit of tension between you all. So maybe what we actually need to do are trust exercises.
This is the thing though, Kane does try really, really hard. And that's why I was so surprised that he became evil. And not only that, I thought that his tantrum in episode 8 was a little bit valid, but I'll explain that when we actually get to episode 8. I just feel so sorry for him because I really wish he had the ability to understand us fucked up, complicated, dumbass humans.
Character A will take the gun into the private room and empty it out of all its ammunition, then come out and give it to Character B. Character B will then take the gun and shoot themselves in the head, trusting that Character A emptied it in the private room. Character A will also have to trust that Character B won't turn the gun on them, so everyone is incentivized to follow the rules and trust each other.
Sounds a little convoluted.
You look convoluted! Anyway, Jax, why don't you start?
With him?
Wait, what am I doing? I wasn't paying attention.
There's so much foreshadowing to that too. Again, really subtle and quick. that Kane actually can control their minds. Like, Jax kind of realized it in the last episode. There was a bit I cut out in my video. And then there's so many other moments that you can point to. And that's something I keep going on about with this show, is that when it's developing plot, it does it in such a quick, subtle way. And I like that. I like it when things kind of move on quickly and the audience is kind of left to build on what might happen. It's why I found the pilot so interesting.
Huh?
Or, yeah, we could all just shoot each other. Here, have guns. I don't care anymore.
I will admit, I did like the idea of that trust exercise. I would have actually liked to see the characters do that, but thinking of it in retrospect, I don't think a full episode of just this would be very entertaining. I'm still just so happy that we got Digital Circus Fortnite.
It's just a little aimless.
Use the sights.
Kane!
Ugh, fine! We're bringing teams back. Pair up in teams of 2, you all get 3 lives, last team surviving is the winner. Happy?
Not really.
Come on, Zooble, you gotta enjoy things a little bit.
Come on, Sadie, you're coming with me.
I'm actually gonna be on a team with Zooble.
What? No, you're not. We've been together for every team adventure in the past.
Guess times are changing, bunny boy.
I really don't want Kinger to get stuck with Jax.
See, I don't know what the problem is there, because Kinger and Jax would make a fantastic duo, because Jax can't bully Kinger. He doesn't get any fun out of that, because Kinger's cuckoo. And we saw that when Kinger teamed up with Ragatha, he was a monster with that gun.
I'll be on Jax's team.
Well, look who it is. You sure you can handle me in all my glory?
Stop it.
I've been through worse.
Oh god, I just realized something else. Jax's fan art is already bad enough. I mean, all the fan art with all these characters is bad enough, but if he becomes like a Bond villain in episode 9, oh Jesus Christ. But I don't think that would be a bad thing for Gooseworks, because she got what she wanted. Oh, Kinger!
Huh? Oh, wait, what? That counted?
Kane?
What? Oh, yeah.
Hey, what happened to that awards show you need to plan, Kane?
We need to find the Tommy gun!
Wait, Kane! I'm missing a life!
There's no time!
It'll be my pleasure murdering all of you.
Have fun, guys!
Stop doing that, Pomni.
You're so lame.
You're gonna get cancelled. Alright, now here's the cool part. Going back to what I said before about the whole subtle plot development, that's another scene. It's just a very, very quick moment, but it already gets me super duper excited for what's gonna happen next, because that has just revealed that the exit things, whatever Pomni went through in episode 1, still has significance. Kane is still worrying over it. And then of course we had the whole thing with the mannequin in the last few episodes, as well as figuring out multiple times that Kane can actually control the minds of the humans. But not only that, a few separate things, like the fact that the characters can actually make things the same as Kane, which we are about to have confirmed right now.
Now I would bet our biggest concerns would be Jax and Zooble. They're the youngest, so they probably still have some youthful fighting spirit.
Bro, Kinger uses strategy.
Man, I'm still missing a heart. This isn't fair.
Huh? Oh, I've got just the thing. Here, take this.
Going back to his wife, the thing with his wife, she made him like bugs. That's why he summoned a bug.
I made it up.
So what I thought this was originally revealing is that Kinger has admin privileges, like Kane, but because he's gone insane, he just kind of lost the full capability with it. But then episode 8 said that no, they all have like admin privileges, basically, which I also think is a cool idea. To be honest, I like that even better than if it was just Kinger that had the ability to conjure.
So, who are you gonna kill first, Pom Pom?
I'll just find guns for you, and you can do all the violent stuff.
You know none of this is real, right? The game today is literally to shoot each other. So what's the point in taking this moral high ground?
They're my friends. I don't really want to hurt them.
Look, I know what it's like. One day you're somebody in the real world doing important things, and then the next you're just a weird little cartoon jester. Whether we like it or not, all we are now is a bunch of cartoon characters.
Alright, let me elaborate a little bit on why I feel I relate to Jax. Now, I agree with his philosophy of not treating this fake world as if it's something real. Like, worrying about our human problems in this place just seems a bit silly when we had all the time to do that in our previous lives. And just letting loose seems like the best way of going about things in this place. We see Pomni just resort to it in this episode, and even Gangle does the same for a brief period. So, in actuality, Jax isn't wrong about having the freedom that he has, and that goes for everyone else too. However, I would not take it to the degree that he has taken it, because even though I agree with his initial ideology, I think that Jax pushes it way too hard. Because the reality is that people still do have their personal struggles when they enter this place. So, even though I might have learnt to cope in the circus myself, I also want to allow that opportunity for the others, but they need to do it in their own way. And it gets even worse when he then tries to turn this into an actual theory on how the circus functions.
We're still people, though, right?
I thought we were at first, but as time goes on, we just end up falling into our archetypes, become part of the machine. I add a key dynamic. I see how far I can push things, I screw with people, and I break the fourth wall. You wanna know why? It's 'cause it's funny. I do everything 'cause it's funny. 'Cause I'm the funny one. Ragatha's the cheerful one, Gangle's the sad one, Kinger's the crazy one, Zubal's the grumpy one, and you are the one who hasn't figured that out yet. We all just became archetypes. I at least have the self-awareness to choose who I am.
I feel that with Kothmo and Ribbit being around, this would seem a little bit more fair, because now we have a group of people who can embrace this insanity together and play off of each other, and it probably wouldn't have been so hard on the other circus members who were not on board with this idea. But we'll get back on that topic and talk about how Jax now has to deal with his own personal issues. Worm Kinger.
Looks like we've located the king and the ragdoll.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, let's
The
get
facial expressions are the best.
I know exactly what you're doing with Pomni, and it'll never work.
Huh?
You know, getting close with Pomni to corrupt her. Wait, no, wait.
I like how it's 2D animated too.
Oh, wow, I didn't actually think that'd work.
Do you think Jax is gonna be mad that I didn't team up with him?
I wouldn't worry about him right now. It's all just a game in the end.
It's Jax, though. He probably wants revenge, and he's gonna make it painful.
Hey, you deserve better than thinking about him when he's not even here. You're not his toy.
It sometimes doesn't feel that way. How are you supposed to like the part of yourself that just makes you worse than everyone else?
'Cause it exists. It's a part of you that's real. And the only you that you should care about is the real you. You have to choose to love yourself, even if it doesn't make sense. It's not natural, it's intentional.
This scene speaks to me the most out of any scene in the show, because this is basically what I've been saying for this entire retrospective. I said it in episode 4 that Gangle doesn't need to worry about having to change by putting on a mask, and just like Zubal said there, she has to choose to love herself. Zubal, Gangle, Ragatha, they all go through problems of self-acceptance. Each of them need to learn to love themselves first before they can start worrying about each other. I reckon Jax has already kind of gone through that process of learning to accept himself, but he takes it way too far. And that's why I still relate to Gangle a little bit, because she said that line, how are you supposed to like the part of yourself that just makes you worse from everyone else? Yeah, that's how I used to feel all the time. I used to think that just being me just made me worse. Someone who's annoying, someone who's no good to have connections with people. And I just had to learn myself that I have to make the choice. I've got to stop convincing myself that I have to change and be different, and then Zubul said that line. It's not natural, it's intentional. That is so true. And I feel like these are all themes that bounce around with all of these characters, which I've never really thought about before. I used to think that the characters' struggles were a little bit more individual, which they kind of are, but in a different sense. I feel like that all of their struggles are the same too. I think the thing that makes them different is the way they cope with their struggles. You know, like obviously Gangle's mask gimmick, Ragatha putting on her persona, and same with Jax putting on his persona, and Zubul feeling like they have to change all the time. And that's why I also think that this doesn't all just relate to me, it relates to all of us. Because we all go through different struggles like this in a sense. They might come in different forms, in different names that we might make up for them, but in the bigger picture, they're all just the same problem. It's just self-acceptance. You've got to learn to do it. Some of us might learn faster than others, but I think that's just the natural order for the human psyche.
Whatever happens, I've got your back if you've got mine.
Yeah. Now let's go kill Pomni and Jax.
Why are you afraid of corn?
I don't know, it's got a bunch of little pods on it. Makes my skin crawl.
I have a tiny bit of trypnophobia. Not for everything, but when I do see something that falls into that category, I always get a little bit of that feeling, whether it's like weird patterns, bumps, or holes. Whew.
We still need to find out where Nutso went before we can rest easy.
Best King of joke.
I'm right behind you, aren't I?
I love how his hands are above his head too. Oh, the show's sense of humor is just too good. It's just everything that I want.
Whoops, sorry.
I can't believe you could shoot your own teammates. That's sick. That's like an old Fortnite duos where you could actually down your own teammate.
I killed my teammate. Oh my god.
High five!
Yeah!
Ah, what a game. Who knew Pomni could be such a sharpshooter? These adventures, huh? And look, even though we lost, at least we gave it our all, right? You feel...
So, before we move on to this scene, with Kinga's whole lucid thing, I like how the show sort of cleared up that it takes a while for him to actually become sane. He can't just immediately enter a dark area and boom, he's sane right then and there. It takes a little bit. We saw that in episode 3 after ages of being stuck in dark rooms and being in pitch black. Same with episode 8, they had to wait a while with him wearing the bucket before he became sane. But then that begs the question, how did he immediately become sane right here? Well, remember in episode 3 where the reason he has this whole thing with darkness is because it takes him back to his wife. Now that we know in episode 8 that Ragatha was the first human to show up since his wife abstracted, maybe because Ragatha is the one there with him, it made him become more sane even quicker. Just like how in episode 2, when he had the bucket on his head and he was talking to Ragatha, he also became sane a little bit more quicker then, because it was Ragatha who was talking to him. For example, if it was like Pomni in the room with him here, then I think it would have taken him a really long time again to come round. But because it's Ragatha, it just comes round to him immediately because he has such a strong connection with her. Kind of like a daughter connection in a way.
I think I might have failed Pomni. Just like I failed
That's
Jax.
the problem, Ragatha. You didn't fail Pomni or Jax.
I tried too hard to get on their good side, and then I just end up pushing them away. And then they end up hating me.
Well, I don't think anyone in here hates you.
Jax does! Gangle and Zubul don't ever talk to me, and Pomni probably won't after today either.
See, and that's just the thing there. She is kind of right about Jax, but again, that's Jax's problem. That's not her fault. There are always going to be people out there who are not really going to connect with you in a way. That's just normal. But then, when she mentions Gangle and Zubul don't hate her. It's just they're dealing with problems of their own. Gangle and Zubul have only just created a friendship with each other. Before then, they were also both kind of left out from the rest of the cast. And that thought with Pomni not wanting to talk to her after today, I said this last episode, she's just making that up. Because, yeah, I know Pomni was acting all evil with Jax and shooting her, but I said it before, she was just playing the game, and that's fine. It's fine to just kind of lose all sense of reality. You're in the digital circus, it doesn't matter. King is about to mention it here, you don't have to beat yourself up over it. Pomni doesn't hate you just because she shot you with a pistol. That sounds really bad now that I say it like that. But she's just got to stop putting all these ideas in her head, and then she's got to stop trying even harder because of that.
Maybe you just needed a break. It sounds to me like you put a lot of pressure on yourself to be there for everyone, and when you're not, you beat yourself up for it. You said you failed Pomni. Why do you feel that way?
I don't know. I feel like every day we're drifting further apart. Like she's seen through all my tricks and doesn't trust me anymore. Before I know it, she'll be a different person. One who doesn't even want me around.
That's not that she sees through all your tricks and doesn't trust you. That's just natural. People come and go. Sometimes they stick around and stay friends with you. Sometimes they just move on. That's just a normal part of life. And naturally, you'll reconcile with people or you'll make new friends. You just have to not worry about it and overthink it so much. Going back to myself, I felt the exact same way. I thought that, you know, when people no longer wanted to be friends with me and never really talked to me as much as they used to, it was because I had annoyed them to the point where they didn't want to. And maybe that's true, but I won't go there. It's just that, but no, you gotta take them into consideration too. You know, just like Ragatha wanted him, like King has said, maybe she just needed a break. Sometimes people just want a break. Not everyone has to be there for everyone all the time. It kind of comes and goes in phases.
The way I see it, relationships are two-sided.
Exactly.
And sometimes
just like I said,
it doesn't make sense to do all the heavy lifting when the other isn't in the mood. We all go through and deal with things differently, and sometimes you just need to let people do things their own way, as long as you're still there when they need you. Giving someone space should never be the same as giving up on them.
I don't even know what I want. I just want everyone to be happy. And I don't want people to hate me.
Do you hate yourself? I hated myself. I couldn't help but hate myself for the things I thought I was responsible for.
I spoke about this in episode 3.
I thought I'd lost everything.
Yeah, because he thinks that because he created Cain, he's responsible for his wife abstracting. Because if he didn't create Cain, the circus wouldn't exist and his wife wouldn't be in the circus.
You showed up. And my outlook
that's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I think he became sane so fast in this scene.
There are always ways to show you care without ruining yourself over it. You need to look out for yourself in all this, too.
Exactly.
I don't get
it. Oh my god.
So
I'm just repeating everything that the episode says.
Breathtaking! The committee's gonna love that.
Are they still following us?
Are you still following us?
Yeah, we're still following you.
Where else would we be?
They're still following us.
All right, this is a long one. We're gonna have to run.
My favorite run is Gangle's. Ha! That running animation is hilarious.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your hand.
I can get him.
Wait!
Trust me, partner, I got this.
I love it when the score goes video gamey like this. They did it in episode 8. Da, da, da.
That's actual bullshit. Ow! Well, shit, man. Guess that's the end of that. See you on the flip side.
Yeah, the 4 flip sides. Boom.
Oh, we make such a good team.
Well, to be fair, our competition wasn't anything crazy.
Yeah, true. I suppose this is the part where one of us betrays the other.
Oh, yeah, you can betray me.
So remember when I said that Jax, Kaufmo, and Ribbit were like a trio of comedic relief, and it would have made it a little more balanced for the other circus members? It feels like back then, Jax would have been fine amongst the cast. But now that the only people left for him to interact with are the ones who understandably don't buy into his nature, he's painted himself as being much worse than he actually is. And it's been well established that Jax really doesn't care about what people think of him, which I think is just part of who he is. In real life, I don't think he was an all-out abuser, because I'm not trying to obligate abuse, but I just think he was the kind of guy who just really didn't mind if people disliked him for who he was or whatever. And just being in the circus, it just pushes that to an extreme. Kind of like how most cartoons push things to an extreme. Because in a cartoon, it's called slapstick. In real life, it's called abuse. So I think you get what I mean. But under that, there is now a very clear issue of his own, which he is now trying to cover up. Not to everyone else, but to himself.
Oh, I thought this was gonna be a mutual thing.
Nah, go on, do it.
I don't really want to.
Lame! Come on, I thought you were cool.
We could just be winners. As a team.
We're not a team, come on.
What do you mean? Yes, we are.
Delusional.
Weren't we kind of bonding over being chaotic evil together?
I was merely entertaining you because I thought it was funny.
If I shoot you right now, are we still gonna be friends afterwards?
We were never friends.
You're not gonna look me in the eye and tell me nothing we've been doing together meant anything to you, because I know that's not true.
By constantly bringing himself back into the state that he wants to be in, Jax is covering up his painful feelings of grief. When he forces himself to put on this persona, I don't think he's trying to be something he's not. He's still being a version of himself, except he keeps pushing it to a level where he has to remain in this state instead of showing any other emotion of his own.
Are you coming on to me? Yeah, that's what everybody wants. A straight couple.
I also find the scene hella cringe because it's so on brand with the kind of masking shit that I would do when I was an edgy teen. There's no rational thought going into it. His brain is just doing it. It's like an automatic response. It's how he copes, which he's then going to reflect on later and realize how dumb it really was.
Have you ever thought that this might be what causes people to abstract in the first place?
Oh my god! Are you seriously gonna blame me for something that everybody else did too? You didn't even know him! You don't even know what people are like before they abstract. They are not pleasant to be around. Like at all! You...
That reaction was justified, but he's still making a fool out of himself because he's the one causing it to be brought onto himself. Pomni wouldn't have said something that malicious if he wasn't acting like such a douche.
Whew, man. This is all sorts of embarrassing, huh?
For you, bud. But once again, he's trying to cover it up by flipping it on Pomni and making out that she's the one embarrassing herself.
What would you do if I abstracted tomorrow?
I'd move on. And probably forget about you.
That's also a pretty justified notion. But the problem is that he's lying to himself because this is the part of him that he wants to completely abandon. He only wants to be the part of himself that can still be cool and not worry about anything. But as soon as something real steps in, he literally wants nothing to do with it. Which I totally get, that's fine, but at the same time, you just need to do what feels natural to yourself. I know in this circus you don't want to feel your real human emotion because that seems weird, but the reality is that's just how it works. So stop trying to shun anything real about yourself and just learn that sometimes there are moments where you are allowed to act like this, but also moments where you're allowed to act like this. It doesn't have to be definitively one or the other. But then here's the issue with everything that I'm saying. This isn't some straightforward conflict that Jax is going through. I said before, he's not doing this on purpose. This is just like a automatic response for him and he can't help it. And the reason for that is because Jax is dealing with grief, which I'm yet to experience in my own life, but one thing I do know about it is that everyone deals with it in different ways. And some people do irrational things or go to extremes. So even though I'm making all these points, I totally understand why he's acting like this. But then what comes after the initial stage of grief is we have to make the choice of doing what's right or wrong, not only for ourselves, but for other people. The harsh reality is that we need to get ourselves out of this situation, and some people can do that by making the right choice, but others just resort to getting worse. Bad behavior can be normal for like the first stages of grief, but after a certain period of time, it starts to be done under intention, which is the wrong choice. Like hurting other people or not wanting to make connections to anyone else ever. So all I can hope for Jax now is hopefully he can make the right choice towards the end of this series. Otherwise, he could just spiral and manifest into something worse than he already is.
I do not care about you or anyone else in this circus in the slightest. End of story. You are my playthings, and I get joy out of making you suffer. I'm the one who causes pain for fun. If I led you on, it was just to make this part hurt you more.
He doesn't mean any of this. He's telling the truth to a certain degree, but he's just overthinking it because he's trying so hard to cover up any form of vulnerability. He doesn't want to feel it. I feel like we've all had an episode like this at some point in our lives. At least once.
There's nothing more to me. So please, just stop looking.
I also agree with that. People don't always have to look for something deeper in an individual if they don't want it to be found. It's their own personal business, and sometimes it does get frustrating when someone really needs to see every side of you. It's still fine to keep some things to yourself, just not to this extent. But I don't blame Pomni because she's right. Jax reached out to her and tried being friends with her, so naturally she's gonna want to try and find something a little bit more deep and real with him, because that's what friends do.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Favorite Character Awards! Before anything starts, I'd like to thank the committee for examining our nominees and voting on our winners.
We love you, King!
Shut up.
Okay.
Why are the mannequin voices so good too? I've always loved all the mannequin voices in every episode. This was also a cool thing too, because after episode 5, everyone was going like, ooh, Goose, we're gonna see Ragatha abstract. Oh my god, Ragatha, she's totally not gonna be okay this episode. Oh my god. And Goose just completely subverted the whole thing on its head, and we've seen Jax become more vulnerable this episode, whereas Ragatha has healed up. This show is very good at subverting expectations.
God looks stupid. So,
why can I smell this place? I can smell that bathroom and that theater. Oh, I've never noticed that before. Oh, I didn't notice that. When he came back out of the bathroom, he was doing his walk from the credits because he's trying to put his mask back on again. Yeah, he tries fucking harder than Ragatha.
And the award for favorite character goes to... Why, it's me, everyone! Oh, wait, I misread that. It's Ming.
See, that's just bad writing right there, because how is Ming supposed to be the main character when he's only shown up in this episode? Sloppy work, Goose. And there was the Amazing Digital Circus episode 6! This one has always been a very difficult one for me to judge, because I just don't quite know what to think of it. But I'll have to come back to that later, because I've always struggled with trying to figure out where I would place this episode in terms of, like, my ranking. But I hope that now I've fully gotten across all of my thoughts on the different characters. I mentioned in episode 2 that I think Pomni's struggle was maybe that she was lonely in the real world, didn't really get time to make friends with people. And that's why in episode 1 and 2, she felt very disconnected. So when she then met Gummy Goo and had such a nice interaction with him, that meant so much to her. And then she kind of grew out of that whole phase when she learnt more about Kinga and finally said goodbye to Gummy Goo in episode 4. I don't relate to Zooble like at all, because I think Zooble's problem has been, you know, the whole body dysmorphia thing, and I don't deal with that kind of a struggle. That's a little bit more specific, but I still really, really love Zooble as a character, and I love the way that all of their growth is kind of in the background and not so straightforward. Gangle is still the third most relatable character to me. I totally understand her struggle with feeling that her normal self is just not good enough and she has to change, she has to put on a mask to be better, to feel better. And in the end, she comes out of that because she realizes that she has to choose to be happy, she has to choose to like herself. Because that's something that I have related to for a long time, and I've also learned to come to accept that. Same with Ragatha. Ragatha trying way too hard to change who she is because she thinks that people don't want anything to do with her, when she just needs to realize that having relationships with other people, like Kinga said, is a complicated topic. You can't just immediately resort to that you're not good enough and therefore people don't want to connect with you. Just as long as you remain happy with yourself, you're always gonna have new connections with other people. And then Jax, if I ended up in the digital circus, I would probably start off like Pomni, where I would be freaking out at this new concept of my life. But then after that, I would probably go to how Jax is, where I realize that I can basically do whatever I want. I can be a cartoon character, and I don't have to worry about anything else. But then that would probably stop for a few more days, because I would realize that I'm hurting other people over it. And that's the thing, I don't want to hurt other people. So I think that's like all of my final retrospectives of every character in the digital circus. Episode 7 is where the plot begins, and I'm excited to talk about it since we've gotten all the character bollocks out of the way. And I'll tell you, I have some opinions on episodes 7 and 8, so stick around if you want to see them. Let's get into it.
What's this?
Hello, my little rubber baby buggy bumpers! Today, I've decided to go to the store to get essential ingredients for my signature milk and cigarette casserole. I hope you can handle yourselves until I get back.
So, what's the adventure today?
I don't have an adventure for you today, so you can do whatever you feel like.
All right, sounds fine to me.
You should ask me for suggestions on what to do instead.
No.
What should we do instead?
No, Gangle.
Wait, sorry.
Great question, Gangle. For an answer, let me consult the Chinese room.
I saw a video somewhere, there's been a lot of discussion about it, about the whole Chinese room joke and what it actually means. I can't remember what it is, so if someone wants to clarify in the comments.
I don't know. Why don't you guys hang out at the Digital Lake? These locations have just kinda been there this whole time. Not sure why you never visit them.
You should throw up.
That's kind of funny because that's something my brother and I had been wondering for a long time. It's like, we haven't spent a lot of time in this digital circus realm. We've spent a lot of time going to other worlds for other adventures, so I like how Kane just brought that up. these locations have kind of been there. So I watched the interview with Goose. I think it was Michael, because Michael Kovac was there. He suggested that he wanted a beach episode. And it's really funny, because Michael's wish basically came true. They were originally going to do 8 episodes, but then I guess somewhere in development they decided they'd do one extra one.
Plus, there are some fun NPCs out there that none of you have even interacted with yet.
I'm guessing they're not intelligent ones.
They most certainly are not. Now,
yes, they are, Kane. He's lying. Kane's a liar.
Alright, so who wants to try Kane's magical changing booth first?
I guess I'll give it a go.
Wow, they're really pleasing. They love pleasing their fans. I love how they gave them all a unique outfit. And this is kind of what I was discussing last episode. I think Jax needs this. The way he acts in this episode, I think he just needs that break, that quiet time to himself without having to antagonize everyone else. I know he's doing it for negative reasons, and that is a shame, but I feel like it's a more healthy direction to go instead of just faking constantly, you know?
Oh, my eye! I'll get it.
I think a gag like that for Ragatha has been long overdue.
Did you find it? Nah, somebody plundered it before I could. What? What?
Oh, I didn't notice the little thread where her eye is missing.
There's that time you ran me over with a steamroller, the time you pushed Gangle into a pool of piranhas, when you set me on fire.
Aw, they're so defensive of Gangle. I love it.
I've been starting to think that maybe the ability to change is fine. Not needing to commit to one thing all the time.
How about that?
Good for you, Zooble. Absolute respect for you. Absolute respect. That's it. Just go with what is. Don't worry about what can be. God, I'm starting to sound like Thanos.
Where are you going?
Anywhere you losers won't yap my ear off.
Okay, Mr. Archetype.
Hello there! How's the shrimp NPC?
There he is! It's time. Ooh, that shrimp looks tasty. I want some cooked shrimp. Another scene. I think this is the first time it's revealed that oh no, I think it was revealed last episode, but we never really got too much insight that Jax had a relationship with Kaufmo, because in episode 1, he did not seem fazed about his abstraction whatsoever, but in last episode and this one, especially this one, we've seen that, yeah, they were actually friends alongside Ribbit, so I just find it a bit weird. Maybe there was something that happened. Oh, here's an idea. Oh my god, okay, no, I think this is more obvious than I'm making it out to be. So, you know, all 3 of them were friends together, Jax, Kaufmo, and Ribbit, but then after Ribbit abstracted, Jax and Kaufmo kind of had a bit of a falling out, and he didn't really care for him much anymore. So then, by the time Kaufmo abstracted, Jax just didn't give a shit. So, there you go. It answered my own question. So I know that the thing here is that Jax is about to abstract, but with this weird, like, triangle thing with the Ribbit hands coming out, I think it, again, goes back to that whole theory where the characters are able to conjure things on their own. And by theory, I mean, like, they've done it multiple times in episodes. We know that they can conjure things, but what I mean is that we've actually seen it, and we've just never noticed it before, until Kinga revealed it next episode. God, and when I talk about appealing to the fans, dude, like, holy shit. Okay, and about, with this scene, you know, it's cool and all. I think it's really fun and very random, fits with the show, but I feel like it's just a little bit too long. I think it's like a minute and a half. I don't know, I just felt like it could be a bit shorter, but I don't know if the impact would have been the same. Bro, I didn't know Jax was into drugs, dude. Aww, I like that face from Jax. I just don't know why he has to be naked. We get it, Gooseworks. You want to have sex with Jax. We get it so badly. Yeah, he was most definitely gonna abstract there. That would have been an awesome plotline.
He's not actually an NPC. He's a human.
I think I found the way to leave.
So this is really, really funny. When I first watched this episode, all of this seemed way too good to be true, because everything that we've been predicting through the years was just now immediately being confirmed. I found that a little weird, but I didn't think about it too hard because I was just so excited.
How do we even know we can trust this guy? Has he done anything to prove he's human?
I've been here longer than any of you.
All right, name one movie from the early 1990s. I really love the tone of this episode too, with the direction the music goes and the way everything flows, how it all feels like a heist in a way.
Has anybody even tried just...
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I think the random humor is starting to wear off on me after 7 episodes.
I don't really know if I'm, ready to face him again after what happened. We've both done things we're not proud of.
It's so funny rewatching it because I know it's all bullshit and just hearing all that dialogue. It's just so funny listening to how incorrect it all is. By the way, putting it out there, Abel's voice, amazing. I said it last episode, for some reason they made all the mannequins' voices amazing and they're not excluding Abel, so...
Convince me.
I'm one of the original programmers of the Digital Circus. I was part of a team of experts employed by C&A to bring this place to life. Because Kinger was one of my co-workers.
Watching this for the first time when the episode came out, all like, oh my god, Law! We predicted it, bro! We got it! Oh my god, it's happening! And watching it now, I'm just fucking laughing hysterically because it's just... Oh, it's bull crap. None of it's true.
As production went on, the higher-ups at C&A started getting untrustworthy. They began forcibly hooking my fellow co-workers up to the computer in special stasis pods that would keep them alive.
I love the sound
and analyze their brains. Just awful stuff.
This is the plotline that we were getting if the series carried on in the same sort of vibe as the pilot. This is the sort of plotline that I was hoping for.
Kane is an AI.
That's the first time we hear it in the series.
AI specifically created to keep your minds active.
Nope.
But he's just as much of a prisoner as...
Just get to the meat and tell us exactly how we're gonna leave if we're all hooked up to stasis pods.
Yes, of course. So, I did some digging. And
this is scary, dude. That's the thing, when I was talking about the tone earlier, this episode's like, it just unnerves me in a certain way.
I've been watching you. All of you. Every trial.
Episode 3.
Every moment of joy. Every
Episode 1, obviously.
I wish I could have come to you sooner. But I didn't want to potentially ruin our only chance at escape by telling you before I knew exactly how we were gonna do it. I'm not a creation of Kane. I've suffered just as much as the rest of you. I know this all sounds crazy, but if you follow me, you will see freedom.
So many lies. Jesus, Kane really did fuck them over here, bro.
Do you have a name?
I do. My name is Abel.
Bro. I wonder if we're ever gonna see the real Abel. That's the thing, there's so many things that could happen in the finale, we just have no idea. But I don't think they'll be able to fit everything in the finale. Even though it is an hour, you know, there's a lot of shit that I'm hoping for and a lot of people are hoping for. It's only going to go down in one direction, so we're just going to have to see what that is.
Hey, Kane, you around?
Hey, Jax.
You want to get dinner together?
Gasp! A human wanting to hang out with me? How could I possibly turn down such an offer? I wanted to ask you about the adventures. What do you think I should do to make them more appealing to the Zooble and the Pomni?
I think
we should figure out what to order first.
Puffs.
Conversation can happen after we've loaded up on digital nutrients.
Microwaved meals. I can make those at home. I don't need to go to a restaurant for that.
You'll be able to grab the key from inside his mouth.
Inside where?
What are your thoughts on cedar smoked salmon? I see.
This is awful. Why does the key have to be inside of his mouth, Goose? Actually, where else is it gonna be? I don't know if Kane has pockets. I don't think he does on those shiny, smooth pants of his. I thought that all the Kane ships were dead. They were only around during the pilot era.
What you doing there, Jax?
Have I ever told you how it's my dream to get eaten by you?
That's a weird thing to say and want.
At least Kane knows that it's weird and he's not enjoying it, because that would be awful.
How much do you know about Kinger?
Is it weird to say I trust him the most out of everybody?
I would trust him the most too, even if he wasn't insane. Because he's the most innocent.
I don't know, I think it's kind of strange that Abel isn't interested in him at all.
Can we not, like, talk right in Abel's earshot?
I made a promise.
Love it.
What's going to happen to
It's
the
so
people in
funny.
the cellar?
They did so much work to try and build up this entire plot line. I find it hilarious.
Celebrate by giving you guys anything you
it's
asked
covered in
for.
sludge.
How's that sound?
Why did Kane have to encode himself with sludge?
Oh my god.
Oh, hi, Gangle. Hi, Zubul. You startled me.
So, we may have discovered something you'll want to hear about. It's
We found a way to leave the circus. We're currently preparing everything, but we need to keep it quiet so Kane doesn't stop us.
Yeah, what she said.
Huh? Leave the circus? How would you... No, that doesn't make sense.
We met up with Abel. He says he was one of the original programmers, and he knows how to shut off the game and free us.
Who?
We'll continue this conversation later. Just
And this
thought I'd give you a heads
frustrates me a little bit with the characters in this episode, because that should have immediately thrown them off. And then they just kind of like ignore it and move on.
Giving Kinger access to the main console could be dangerous, considering his mental state.
Will it be dark in there?
I suppose it will be somewhat dim, but...
Then yes. I want us all to have one.
All right, if you say so.
The dark. I think I get it now.
Whatever happens, I'm going to put my trust in Kinger.
He's got a lot of...
I really love Pomni and Ragatha's relationship too. I really like how they're always on the same page with everything. They have like the same mindset, the same thought process. I find it really cool.
Why do they look like that?
This was a cool idea. Oh my god, I forgot who said it. The reason the administrator passes her hands is because it's like a cursor, and I don't know, I just found that really, really cool. So, again, can't remember who said it. It's bullshit.
Pomni.
There's no such thing. It's just an AI-generated word.
Did you say something?
We're going to have to trust that whatever Jax did will keep him
I
distracted.
just find it a bit weird.
I don't...
Ball me up.
I would love to see them planning this part. Wait, what the hell do you have to do to us?
Like basketball.
It is kind of like basketball. I mean, you did toss him into a basket. Oh, Jaxie. You know what this, when I was talking about the tone earlier with the episode, you know what this episode gives me? It gives me kind of Toy Story 3 vibes, just to a lesser degree, where they're like really planning this heist to get out of the daycare, and just like, I just feel so nervous and intense.
I trust all of you to make the right choice.
When we all get out, I'll buy you a beer.
I love
Make
that.
the right choice.
Make the right choice, Pomni. Don't drink alcohol.
Whew. I was getting kind of worried something was happening down there.
So that point there. So I obviously knew before watching this episode that they weren't going to escape, because I knew how many episodes there were going to be. I'm sure most of the fan base did. So I didn't know how this was going to all end. I was finding it a bit weird that, oh my god, they're actually like making it all the way through the plan. So I have no idea what's going to happen next. And that moment there with Abel, that immediately told me that, right, so this is probably some kind of bullshit, because that was very NPC-like. So then all I could wait for now is, how was it going to play out?
Time for me to serve my purpose, I guess.
Oh, Gangle pointing out the car park to Zooble. I love all the nice little callbacks to the earlier episodes. Oh, Kane's office is awesome. Kane's office is probably my favorite place in the entire circus. This is the kind of office I would love to have for my YouTube stuff.
I guess this is it. We're leaving the circus.
Another thing that Examination predicted. This score is awesome. It reminds me of Finding Nemo. The clarinet, I think it's called. Is it a clarinet?
Thank you for
That's what I mean. This is the finale we were getting. If episode 1 just became the rest of the episodes. And this was another thing that also immediately told me that this wasn't real, because this is like the main console to the circus. Why would it only be 2 buttons with 2 different choices that would just pop up on the screen as soon as you walk in? I feel like the main console would be a little bit more sophisticated, but just seeing like the layout there, the way that things designed, it looks like the kind of thing that Kane would make for like an adventure.
Kinger, do you want to make the choice?
The choice of what?
Are you sure he's...
The sounds remind me of the PlayStation 2 red screen of death.
Oh, yeah. I love pressing buttons. You, want me to press one of those too?
I don't know.
Am I missing something? We all want to leave, right?
Pomni?
Yeah, we do. It's just... What if it's a trick or something?
Why would there be a trick console in Kane's office? Like, no matter what we press, Kane's gonna know we were here. We should push it.
This is really intense.
Let's just wait a second and go over everything we know and...
Even I'm shaking now.
Can vote on it or something?
This was a mistake on Glitch's part and Gooseworks. Showing this footage. This, I don't know what to say, but this is probably like the best ending to any of the episodes, because the tone of the entire episode I was like totally on board with. I loved it. And the disturbing tone of this, after we had all the nice emotional bits of leaving the circus, now we've got this really intense moment here with these buttons of having to make the choice, to then just the emotional whiplash when Kane comes through with the party music and stuff, and then it just leaves off with the cliffhanger. I didn't mind the cliffhanger too much because I knew it was going to end that way. It's Digital Circus, that's just how things were going to go. I would love it if the show just ended like that. That would have been pretty cool.
What did you just do?
Congratulations, my little cattywampus cucumbers! You picked the good ending, where you realize you'd rather stay with me than go back to that pesky old macroverse or whatever we decide to call it.
That shot of Kane just like rolling up like that for some reason that's always just kind of freaked me out, because as soon as I saw him there, as soon as we heard those party horns and we saw the lights opening up, I knew, okay, yep, it's an adventure, and then just seeing him come through like that was just scary, because it's like, oh, fuck, he's here! What's he gonna do? What's he gonna say? It's so good that they made the right choice. I mean, it didn't make a difference, because in episode 8, they still got screwed over.
You mean this was all...
An adventure! Yes! And one I've been cooking up for a good long while. Great job playing your part, Abel!
All in a good day's work. By the way, you think I could get a raise after that performance?
Oh, you're getting too smart. Time to delete.
None of that was true. The CNA stuff, the pods, the way out.
A fabrication of my incredible world-building skills.
I was right?
What would have happened if we picked the other button?
Oh, I didn't put too much thought into that one, cause I knew you'd never pick it. So I left that up to Bubble.
I made it take you to Shrimp Town.
Yeah, it was gonna take you to Shrimp Town.
You dirty liar! You scumbag! You made me...
Weird hearing Jack say scumbag. That doesn't sound right.
Lie about everything, don't you?
Huh?
You can mess with our minds too, can't you? The stupid sauce, the vegan thing, God knows what else!
Our names?
No, hold on, guys. Wait. I may have the ability to add temporary modifiers to make adventures more interesting, but that's it. If I did anything more, trust me, it would not end well.
Scratch. The first abstraction.
Hey! I didn't say anything like that! Come on, guys! You know I'm just here to have fun. Questioning's over. Your prize is this lovely gift basket of soaps and lotions. Stay fragrant, have a good fragrant night, bye!
And there was episode 7. Now, unfortunately, I can't give my full conclusion on this episode until we watch episode 8. Otherwise, my explanation won't make sense. But I will talk about how I felt after watching this episode for the first time. After everything that had just transpired, and especially after watching the rest of the show, having everything I thought I knew thrown out the window with now only 2 episodes left, I didn't know what to think of this show anymore. Not even just this episode. I was coming up with even more absurd headcanons to really clutch at the straws. I thought that maybe there was an idea that the plot could still go in the kind of direction that I was thinking, but I knew it wasn't true. I was just major coping. But without going into any of that nonsense, because I would literally be explaining an entire cinematic universe, I'll talk about the only logical step that I thought this show could go in. Because after that reaction from Kane, showing that he was very afraid and vulnerable, and showing how aggressive the characters looked towards him, I thought that maybe they could just completely rebel against him and transpire into chaos. And episode 8 doesn't quite go in that direction, and to tell you the truth, I was originally a bit disappointed. But don't get angry just yet, because thinking about it in retrospect, I think that was maybe for the better. However, we won't find out until the next episode. So, stick around if you want to hear my full final thoughts on the Amazing Digital Circus episode 7 and 8. And then let's see how this is going to play out for the finale. So when I saw this, I kind of understood what was going on here. I knew that this was obviously the AI being developed, and I found it weird because that red spot reminded me of Hal from 2001: A Space Odyssey. If you've seen that movie, then you'll know what I'm talking about. I saw a comment once. You remember in episode 7 when Kane was talking to Jax and he had that thing where he's like, "Too bad they cut me off, right?" He must have been talking about this. I hope we definitely get answers for whatever this is in episode 9. Like, why Kane got aggressive, why did they have to cut him off, like what the issue was here. Maybe the circus wasn't what Kinger and the crew intended out of Kane. When they were talking about developing creative AI, maybe this whole thing here was an accident. Maybe they were trying to do something else specifically. I mean, they kind of were, because he was talking about Scratch. Scratch was trying to achieve something. Maybe this wasn't it, man. And that's why here all the characters just seem a bit like shaken and kind of freaked out, because Kinger admits they've never made anything like this before. This is amazing, but I really don't think that this is the direction that they were going for with this AI. If I have to think of things that Scratch might have been trying to achieve, I'd like to think it would be immortality. like trying to replicate his mind files into an AI, and that's why obviously we then have the whole thing with the humans being able to enter the circus because the AI can replicate their mind files. I think that's maybe the direction that the show could be going in, but then that answers so many more questions of why the humans are here and what the deal with the blue AI is. But I'm getting way too ahead of myself. We haven't even gotten into the episode yet.
I just don't know what's happening. We never made anything like this.
I just hope that...
Wait.
Are you?
It's... you.
Oh my god.
I wish I could remember your name.
Same.
I'm so sorry I roped you into this with me.
It's quite strange, isn't it?
Listen, no matter what happens, I'll always...
And we still haven't had, like, the questions answered of what abstraction is.
Into the cellar you go.
The biggest question I have for abstraction is, why does it exist? Is it just a literal all-out glitch? I think this sequence here is maybe like the best scene to really show off how scary the digital circus is. Because when I saw this, it actually like awoken that thought in me that, oh wow, this place is actually kind of terrifying. Especially when you're here all alone.
Hello? Guys?
This is interesting too.
Hello?
The fact that Ragatha came in here with other people.
I was hoping new minds could show up. I have to make some more preparations for this amazing breakthrough.
Do you remember your name?
I'm...
Ragatha?
Huh?
You doing okay?
That's a good question.
But then going back to that thing I said before about the reason they were trying to develop Cain is because Scratch was trying to become immortal. Why would it then make it so that they forget their names and all that kind of stuff? That's the thing, there's so much more that they need to develop in this final episode, and I hope we find out. Or they might leave a lot of it ambiguous. I wouldn't mind that either, because I like it when things are kind of left a little bit more unanswered. I mean, that's why I really liked Five Nights at Freddy's and why I also fell in love with this show in the first place, because I like it when people can kind of be left to figure things out on their own.
Well, really hate to say it, guys, but I told
Do not even f***ing begin to say that sentence like you didn't try to keep us all trapped here forever.
Anything could have happened when you press those buttons. It doesn't matter.
It seemed to matter back when you did it. What if you did ruin our one chance at
And
leaving?
what if Abel was secretly evil? What if we all got stranded in the void? What if it wasn't real? So it doesn't matter. Never did.
How can you say that like you didn't try to f*** us all over?
He's right, though.
What Gangle?
Even Jax is like, what the fuck?
I think we need to abandon the idea of leaving.
Okay, here's the thing. I knew, with the tone of the show, with the way Goose was writing it and stuff, with making things kind of heavy and taking risks and all that, I knew that even from episode 1, or really early on in the show, that they were never going to leave. I didn't believe that, because this didn't feel like the kind of show that they would make that kind of a cheap-ass ending where they do actually manage to escape. Again, I don't know what's going to happen in episode 9. I keep talking like I've seen the entire show, but I highly doubt in episode 9, when I'm talking about all these different outcomes that could happen, I think that's like the furthest from the truth. There's no way in hell that they're going to get out of this circus. And I knew that the show was going to go in a more mature direction like this, of just accepting that they just have to live here. This is their lives now. And I wanted to ask you guys who are watching this, did that really come to a shock to any of you? Pomni saying that we need to abandon the idea of leaving? Or did you always have that thought in your head that they're never going to get out of here and they're just going to have to accept it? Because I've always known that that was the case, you know? It'd be too obvious if they just escaped. But I really hope that I'm not wrong in episode 9, because I do think it would be a much better conclusion, especially since Gooseworks has said that the ending is bittersweet. The description of the show is finding meaning in a stagnant life, and based on like all the theories that we can go off of with this, you know, like the whole mind files thing and whatever, physically there's no way that they should be able to leave. It's impossible.
I had dreams and goals. I wanted to be able to leave my mark somewhere in the world. How am I supposed to just abandon that?
I feel a lot for Zubul here. That's really sad to hear them say, because I'm pretty sure Zubul is the youngest. No, Jax is the youngest. So to hear them say that kind of stuff is really sad, because like they were saying there, they had dreams and goals. Their life was basically just getting started, and now this has to be the remainder of their existence? Forever, for eternity? That's horrible, dude. When you're just barely a few years into your adulthood.
We're all in this together.
And we'll always be in this together. No matter what.
Hey. That includes you too.
Huh?
Listen, we're not gonna have you wandering off alone somewhere and abstracting or something. You're a pain in the ass, but you're still one of us.
Now here's a little debate I want to start in the comments. Do you guys reckon Jax was let off too easy? To be honest, I don't think he was. Based off of what we got last episode after Jax hit that button, they seemed much more angry at Kane, so I knew that it wouldn't go in the sort of direction that they'd be pissed off at Jax, and I feel like that also would have been a little bit cheap. Like, yeah, what Jax did was really bad, but Gangle said it right there. They don't have time to be freaking angry towards one another, you know? What's the point of wasting that energy and emotion just getting mad at Jax when we've got much bigger fish to fry and think about? So this is my opinion. I don't know if you're going to disagree with me or not, but I think the way Jax is handled now after episode 7 is pretty well done. I like how we don't get this big melodrama breakup between the characters or whatever, and they just all kind of come together, even after what he did last episode was pretty fucking suckish, I will say that. Speaking of which, we're then going to move on to something that I do think was handled a little bit differently to how I thought it was going to be.
They want an exit, they want answers, they want something real. I give them an adventure that covers all of that and they still hate it? Surely they don't want to actually leave me, right?
No way, Jose. No way, no how.
I do everything for these people. I slave over these adventures for them. I step outside my comfort zone to appeal to them, and they still hate them. I made a program that creates a body perfectly encapsulating their mind files, and they hate those too.
Defective.
Shut up!
Enough! Maybe you deserved to be abandoned. You really were the lesser of the two. You ruined this.
Enough! Who do they think they are? I give them everything, and they spit in my face! Don't they know what I'm capable of? Humans! They only think about themselves. They're spoiled! They won't abstract. They won't leave me. I won't let them! I'm better! I'm more powerful! I'm the original! I am God!
Okay. So, before you start making your pinned comments and debunking me and criticizing me in every way for what I'm about to say, just watch until the end of the video first, because I will explain myself, okay? So, originally, I thought that this whole crash out with Kane when I watched this episode was totally out of left field. And I was a bit disappointed the fact that the entire show was just building up to this big ass fake out in episode 7 for absolutely no reason whatsoever apart from just fooling the audience and then just moving on to its real climax. I thought it was cheap, and I didn't understand why they didn't just develop the show up until this point instead of developing it only up until episode 7 to give us that debate of an ending to then suddenly move on to this plotline out of nowhere. That's why I didn't find episode 7 so jarring jumping into plot, and this one I did. Especially since in the last episode, I thought that they were gonna subvert it a little bit more. I didn't think Kane was just gonna go full-on Am from I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream. And I thought maybe the characters were gonna go in a little bit of a bad direction towards him. I know a few minutes ago I literally just said that I like how they didn't completely lash out at Jax or anything, and they just kind of subverted that. But I thought that maybe there was going to be some kind of a conflict going on between them and Kane. Not this kind of conflict, because like I said, Kane just didn't come across as the evil type to me. He came across as just misunderstanding. I can never see him intentionally harming these characters. And last episode, he just seemed so afraid and guilty of them. So how does he go from this to immediately going like this? It just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But like I said, before you start criticizing me, wait till the end of the video because I'm gonna go back on a lot of that, okay? So let's watch to the end and enjoy it.
Let's get this show on the road! Today's adventure is...
Kane, we're not in the mood.
We have a lot on our minds right now, and we're not going on an adventure.
See, Jax knows something's up.
I see. And since when were you in charge? Do you have any idea how much I do for you guys? How much I obsess over trying to make things perfect? How many insults I have to ignore to do my job? You have a lot on your minds? Don't make me laugh. I have a new adventure for you, and you should consider participating.
And if we refuse?
Maybe I'm not getting through to you.
Okay, please tell me that you can't agree with me more that Kane was way overdue for a musical number.
It's news to me that it's news to you. To which degree, who answers to who? We could go on and on, but in the end, who are we kidding? My divinity is past infinity, am I getting through? Seems our regime has plummeted south. Don't need to scream if you ain't got a mouth.
When I was criticizing the episode earlier for just randomly turning Kane evil for no reason, that's another thing I didn't like, because I always knew that the show was based off of I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream. But I didn't think they were just gonna play it completely straight. That's the thing. I thought it was like, it was based off of it, and it was gonna do more of its own things, and now it's just suddenly like making all of these references and not really subverting it like I thought it would.
I run the place, Kane, that is my name. Not enthused, just feeling used. Oh, what a goddamn shame!
My favorite part.
Congratulations, all of my friends.
Public relations are getting a cleanse. This is going to be fun to watch in theaters. I'm excited for the Digital Circus sing-along.
Play the games and just ignore the pains, 'cause all that remains is how you prime your brains. Lying to me, but you're too blind to see that I'm the one who's running the
Yeah! Good boy, Kane. Good job. I love his sparkly tuxedo. Oh my god, Ragatha's head is gone. That looks fucking good. I want a creamy drink of my own. Oh, and it sounds delicious.
I don't know what Kane has planned next, but I'm guessing it's not anything good.
Pomni, he needs you for the trailer. Go get it done. Why do I hear, like, cafe staff wandering around? Did they seriously put that in the background?
I've got a bucket on my head. I'm guessing you don't want me to remove it.
Kinger.
Hey, Pomni.
Oh man, this show, I will say one thing, this show is getting way more cinematic. Like, that little bit of score there when Kinger becomes sane, and the way he says, "Hey Pomni," as well as Kane's musical number, they're starting to feel less like episodes and more like movies. And I think episode 8 was like awesome in theaters. So I'm really excited to watch this and episode 9 on the big screen, because I think it will fit it perfectly, because it won't feel like I'm watching a TV show just in a cinema. I think it will feel like I'm watching an actual movie.
C&A is a real company. I worked for them. We were just developing artificial intelligence. Kane was our first semi-successful attempt at that.
Semi-successful?
I can't remember what we originally...
Actually, that's what I mean, semi-successful. Yeah, I was mentioning it earlier. I don't think that they were intending for the AI to do something like this. And I think King is about to try and explain that now.
I got a few pointers from, well, I can't remember his real name, but his circus name was Scratch. That man was a genius.
Wait,
Kane was pretty rough around the edges, though. I wasn't quite on Scratch's level of thinking outside the box, but it was good groundwork for something the rest of the team could wrap their heads around. I can't say the same for Scratch. His ideas were often so bizarre and abstract that the rest of the team had no idea how to work in his language, either due to pure brilliance or the tumor in his head. He was trying to make something. What was it? I'm getting off track. Was there anything specific you needed to know?
Wait, I should go distract Kane so he doesn't listen in on this. Just fill me in afterwards.
Okay, so I saw a comment somewhere, and I'm not sure how common this is because I've only seen it on one comment. There's a theory, apparently, somewhere online, that Jax is Scratch. Now, to some of you, that might sound like a crackpot theory. However, I believe that because judging by Jax's reactions in this scene, and, you know, all the other hints, like with his character development, like the shit I was talking about in episode 6 and stuff. And also I told you that theory of how Scratch, I think, was trying to figure out the key to immortality, and that's why they made Kane. They were trying to figure out an AI that can replicate the mind file of a human and put it into a program, but instead they accidentally made something that ended up creating whatever the fuck this place is. But then I think how that theory falls apart is that King has said that Scratch was the first abstraction, and people reckon that Scratch was the dog creature. So how would, like, Scratch have been reincarnated as Jax after his abstraction? Like I said, it's just a theory, and I haven't read anything. Like I said, literally one comment. So if anyone else knows about this theory or reckons they know what I'm talking about, then you can elaborate in the comments. Give us a full novel breakdown of the Jax is Scratch theory, and we'll see what happens in episode 9. I'm super excited.
We all technically have the ability to conjure, just like Kane. It just comes naturally to him, but requires a lot more skill and concentration for us. I'm certain I could alter his code, or at least temporarily put him to sleep until we know how to fix him. I would just need access to a console.
I think I know exactly where to get one.
This was good thinking on Pomni's part.
Great suggestion, Jax. But as I feared, there just isn't anything stuck between my...
Alright, I know I originally said that Evil Kane was very random, but I will admit one thing. He is funny. Windows 98.
Try to help the others distract Kane while I figure this out.
Pomni! That's the relatability we've been missing!
That's how everyone treats their Pomni plushies, their Pomni toys.
You know, I thought this endless onslaught of fun would be a little more satisfying. But I've come to realize that these rapid pace ideas are a little half-baked.
Yeah, kind of like short-form AI-generated content, Kane.
Put your mind to it.
That's exactly it, though.
This is the first time we're seeing him walk in the actual series.
Where's Kinger?
We just wanted to see your new ideas firsthand. We've gotten over our...
I thought she said for sand. We want to see your new ideas for sand.
We're all gonna abstract someday. And what will you have then?
Is that true?
Nothing.
Stop that.
And this whole stunt? Just torturing us because we hurt your feelings? Pathetic! You're like a child. What kind of all-powerful being has such a fragile ego?
You never let us feel like we're at home. You don't comfort anyone when they're upset, and you never bother to understand what it's like in our shoes.
You discourage us from thinking outside the box and doing things our own way.
You lie to us constantly.
And on top of it all, you just don't listen!
Candy cane. Candy cane. And I do another thing I really liked about this episode, the fact that the show was finally going just full horror. And I'm not talking about like in episode 3, I'm talking about literal creepiness. Taking familiar things that we like and turning them scary. This scene is pretty great. I also love the score too. I said it in episode 6, I love when the score goes this kind of retro style. It feels like the final boss in a video game.
Wait.
I love that tiny little pop.
I think I accidentally killed Kane.
Now there's something you can't say every day.
Holy shit.
I'm glad Zubal's the first one to swear. It makes sense. Alright, so going back to what I was talking about earlier about how I didn't like how this episode just kind of came out of nowhere. So my original problem after watching this episode is that the entire show just felt like a bit of a waste to building up to what it was building up to in episode 7. So I won't repeat all that again. You heard me say it before. I'll carry on from there. Now, watching the entire series again in retrospect, I now realize that I was wrong. The reason I felt disappointed at this episode is because the whole time when I was watching this show, I had basically tricked my brain into thinking that it's going to go in the direction that I thought it was going to go, rather than in the direction that it was taking it. And the show was actually building up to this plotline more than it was for the plotline that I thought it was. All that stuff with Abel and the stasis pods, and that was only referenced in like one scene, and those were like just the few background shots we get of Abel watching the cast, and that's it. There's actually more build up to the plotline with Kane turning malicious than I thought there was. Like, I've been explaining it throughout this entire retrospective of how the characters have always been able to conjure things. We've seen them do it in episodes. Not only Pomni with the exit door, because we've had that confirmed in episode 8, but maybe in episode 2, maybe when Jax pulled out his shotgun, maybe. Gangle's entire thing in episode 4. I can name a few other examples, and a lot of them are in episode 6 too, when Jax is telling Pomni to let loose. It's been building up to this the entire time, and not only that, Kane's development. At first, I said that I like Evil Kane, I found him funny, but I just thought that he was brought out of nowhere. They didn't build him up at all. They just felt like they needed to make him an antagonist just because we need a final climax for the show. But then I realized, no, they have been building up towards this the whole time, because this whole time we've seen, I've mentioned it before, Kane has been trying so hard to make the circus members happy, make them like him. And he's been getting more and more fed up with it. We saw it in episode 3, where the circus almost collapsed during his therapy session with Zubal. We see it in episode 4 with like the suggestion box. In episode 5, he gets angry. In episode 6, he practically gives up with making an adventure. Same with episode 7, where he makes like his biggest adventure yet, and it still goes to fuckery. And yeah, it made me realize that, no, this episode is actually great. And I think that this is an excellent climax for the show. If I do want to nitpick one little thing is I don't like how the show is like playing its source material completely straight, because I said before, I always knew that the show was based off of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, and they're literally just doing the exact same thing with Kane just being a literal antagonist. When even though I thought the premise was the same, the plot was gonna go in a bit of a different way, and they just don't do that. But that's not as big a problem now, because I said that the show has been doing a really great job with developing all this. Like, the way they spent more time developing the characters than developing this plot, I think is really well done. It made the show feel so much more casual. It's made me actually care about the plot even more, because I know everything there is to know about the characters. They're not boring. Like, that torture scene wouldn't have been as good as if we didn't know about all of the conflicts with these characters, because that's obviously what it's based off of. And I can't wait to see how episode 9 caps it all off. Well, let's find out, shall we? Sorry, I accidentally turned on the pilot. Let me just find the correct one. I want to say right off the bat, I've been waiting for a long time for a reprise of the original intro. I was thinking we'd either get it in this or at the beginning of episode 2. And I'm so happy that we're getting one, because I love this kind of stuff. I always love referencing back to old things. I love recurring things. And, you know, the dire tone of this episode, this is just so nice.
Ironic.
How did that even happen? There's no undo or anything?
He was messing with the console as I was working.
Some people theorize, well, from what I've seen, that was maybe Kane, like the other AI part of Kane, trying to coax Kinga to delete him. Do you think that could be true?
I have no idea, but I haven't actually heard that, so that's interesting you bring that up, because I wouldn't have.
I'm thinking that it's probably just because Kane had become a virus when he went crazy almost, and was kind of infecting everything, but
that's interesting. I haven't heard. Yeah, who knows? I mean, it gives something else to theorize about, even when it's the end. That's kind of one of the good things about them leaving everything open, except I think they left a bit too much open, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Are we all just supposed to forgive this? This guy messed up in the worst possible way he could.
That line from Jax right there, I think, is kind of setting up the kind of stuff we're going to explore later when he's talking about how much of an awful person he is and, you know, the bad things he's done, the stuff with his mother, that he gets to mess up once and everyone forgives him for it. Jax has never had that forgiveness, you know?
Instead,
not in real life or the circus.
He had to live his entire life in shadows, and then upon entering the circus, he just felt disconnected in a way. The thing I love about the Digital Circus is that, while you might say the characters are archetypes, the way Gooseworks not only writes the characters, but also directs them, is just so realistic, and it makes them feel so much deeper, even if they are kind of just archetypes, as Jax explained.
Yeah, every, like, lash out that a character might have, any meltdown is, like, warranted. Because in most media, it just seems like they're doing it for melodrama. But with this, it always feels as if there's a reason.
Up.
Yeah.
And this episode especially makes Jack's meltdown in episode 6 a lot more justified, because you can tell it's not something that randomly happened. It happened before, and it was happening again.
Scratch was trying to make a brain scanner. I didn't think it actually worked. We didn't know how to work with the files, and they were impossibly small, given what they were supposed to be. I saw a folder full of them when I was in Kane's code. I guess Kane found a way to get them working.
I do think that dropping that plot line out of nowhere was a little bit random.
Yeah.
I thought they were gonna reveal this stuff in a bit of a different way.
It's kind of just... I understand why they had to reveal it. It's because it's a bit of a big episode. They don't want to bloat it by having it in
and everyone already kind of knew, so it's kind of like with Jax abstracting. It's not big news, but I don't know, the way they dropped it was just a bit awkward.
I think I've always known. It still hurts so much to hear it.
I know it hurts. We still have each other. We're all in this together.
Okay, one thing that made me cringe about this episode is the tears are so loud. Hearing them drip and all that is just a bit gross.
Need any help?
Sure, if you want to give it a try.
Pomni, this isn't Star Wars.
I really wanted to help.
You had a good start.
I thought I could uplift everyone, but everything's gotten so bad.
I think one way I do relate to Pomni, it's because I've always struggled to kind of relate with Pomni in this, but there is one way I do relate with her. So, like, imagine you join a group of some sort, like, I don't know, a large jazz band or Boy Scouts or whatever, and there are a ton of people there who've been there for a very long time. They've all had history with each other, they all know each other's secrets, bad things have happened between them, and then all of a sudden, I join, and I'm this new person who has to get filled in, and in a way, some people kind of see me as a bit of an imposter, and they don't enjoy my presence. That's something I've seen a lot of people have, and that's probably how I relate to Pomni. In this world where everyone knows each other, they all have history, Pomni is kind of just stuck in the middle trying to learn about all of this, and some people, like Jax, don't appreciate that. They think she's making things worse, as he says later, that she's distracting them or something.
Out of all the people I've seen enter this place, I don't think any one of them adjusted as quickly as you did.
I was a nervous wreck.
So was I. It's a lot for anybody to go through. But while the others took weeks, hell, even months to get used to everything, myself included, you found your footing in a matter of days.
Do you kind of miss Cookies and Cream King, or I should say Dumb King, kind of like how you miss old Hulk in Avengers Endgame?
Oh, absolutely I do. But
yeah.
It's not, at least it's not as bad as Hulk, where it's like, it's stupid. He's emotionally matured for the series, which is what was going to happen. But yeah, naturally I do miss Funny King It. On the note of Endgame, I like the way they reference back to old things. I mentioned it with the intro at the beginning. I also mentioned it in my episode 8 review that I like callbacks and stuff. I know a lot of people don't, because you know they can be very cheap and pathetic, kind of like a Jurassic World Dominion kind of pathetic. But with this, it works because this series has earned it.
No, I like it when it's done in the way of a Chekhov's gun, basically where there's something in a story, like an object or whatever, that's introduced near the beginning and it comes in important later, and it was always going to come in important.
I don't know what the trouble's been, but it's too much to get over you.
I mentioned in episode 8 that I really love how the series is getting more cinematic. Like, the songs in this episode are great, like the actual songs, but the way they also change the OST to make it all feel more cinematic, I think
it feels more theatrical, and especially watching it in the theater, like, I wish all of you watched it in the theaters, because it's just such a good experience with the speakers, but the score really does do its best here to sound more theatrical, cinematic, and combined with the incredible directing from Gooseworks, like just absolutely insane visuals, it creates for a beautiful episode, and that's probably another reason why I like this episode so much. It's just fun to witness. It's good to witness. Like, take away the plot and everything, just the music, the visuals, the directing, everything.
Well, my concern is I just didn't want to be watching SpongeBob, but on the big screen. They actually went out of their way to make it feel bigger than just the episode of a show.
Yeah.
This is my favorite OST in the series, though. It's not just even like in parts in this episode. Every single track that they play, whether it's like soft or big, they just sound so good, and I really hope they release them officially, because they haven't done one since episode 4.
Do you think they'll make another vinyl?
I would like that. That would be
good.
nice,
yeah,
as another send-off. Another awesome thing about this episode is the montages.
I know. I have a knack for montages, B-roll. I think they really help with emotion, and this one does a great job at it.
Yeah, I love this, the reconciling with all the characters. It's so sweet and wholesome. I should probably save this to the end, but I was too afraid that this finale was going to be super dreadful, because for me, bittersweet usually means that, like, I'm going to be depressed for ages.
Bittersweet is, like, in between happy ending and a tragic ending.
No, but that's just because I'm a pussy. It has nothing to do with critiquing. But I'm glad that it was actually more uplifting and positive. The only one that you can really get sad about is Jax. So
it's not Shakespeare. I just want to, like, explain how amazing that shot is. We see them, all lights, like the purple all around here is illuminating them. They're all happy, talking. And then we have Jax all far away in the foreground, like shrouded in darkness, next to holes and that, kind of, which probably is just, you know, doesn't mean anything, but kind of sells the effect a little more of him being more broken, while the other characters try to fix things.
Never mind.
I wish I'd pried a little more. I somehow forgot how bad it can get.
This is something we both want to talk about. I like that we don't see Jax abstract. I just wish it was done a little better. Like, maybe we could have had a moment where he was, like, walking away, we got a view of his face, and then suddenly cut to him abstracted.
Kind of paralleling that shot with King and his wife.
Yeah.
I agree. I also don't mind him abstracting off screen, because my mindset behind it is that we always knew that it was coming, so we didn't need the big dramatic scene of actually seeing it happen, because
swelling,
you know, yeah, we don't need that. It would have been cool. I think it would have been an excellent visual, because we've actually never seen someone literally abstract.
And I kind of like that we don't see the abstractions. I prefer when it is done off screen, because not only it adds a bit of mystery and maybe even a bit of interpretation,
but it also adds a bit of creepiness.
Yeah, but it's also just a bit stronger emotionally, in my opinion. You don't always have to show something happening.
But I totally understand the criticisms of Jax abstracting off screen. It is a weird editing choice, but I don't mind it. Because when I first watched this, I actually got a bit confused. I thought
Me too, yeah.
I don't know what happened to the other abstractions during this, because I thought that was another abstraction, not Jax.
I thought they escaped, yeah.
It should have been me. We were friends once, but something happened between him and Ribbit. After Ribbit was gone, I tried to comfort him. He told me to never mention Ribbit's name again. He made me promise. And I did. I think that's where our friendship really, finally ended. I wonder if things would have been different if I'd said no. Show us what I know, huh?
Ragatha, you were the first real friend I made here. And despite all that's happened, I still consider you my closest friend.
Don't pause on this track, because it's beautiful.
I'm glad we're still friends. What are we gonna do?
Make sure Gangle, Zooble, and Kinger are okay. They need someone like you right now.
Pomni, you've been one of the best things to happen to me since I got here. I trust you.
So I spoke about this in episode 2, what a significant location is. I went over in a lot more depth with that, but since I've already done that, I'll just speak about it very briefly here. If you want to hear more context about what it is, go watch that video. A significant location in my head is basically just a place in a narrative that isn't necessarily recurring, but it's a special sort of place that holds a lot of emotion, meaning, and is where a very important scene takes place. And what makes this one is pretty self-explanatory, where we're inside of Jax's mind and we see all of the different doors of his personality and emotion, and we can get so much emotion out of that just simply by the shot of showing all of the doors. So yeah, I think this is just a cool, significant location.
I know you need it. And I'm the only person who can help you. You need me. I can fix you.
This is probably the only scene in the show that has, like, actually genuinely, like, scared me, frightened me. It got close with the torture scene in episode 8, but this one I genuinely felt kind of terrified. I don't know, just like the sounds in the background and just seeing Pomni in this situation.
What? We can't die from oxygen deprivation, remember?
So that's his callous, cold side.
Come on, guys, put some gusto into it.
What's up?
This is his more, like, sexual, freaky, weird side.
Not the side where he sees everything as, like, a comedy, a cartoon, but the side where he just makes jokes, does dumb things, does funny things.
Where he doesn't care, you know, everything's ironic, you know.
No, I think the Roadrunner one is where everything's ironic, everything
No,
is just a joke
that's
to him.
no, that's the cartoony. This one is because later when he's in the maid outfit, he says, "I'm wearing it ironically to show how much I don't care." And from the fact that this is Zubal's funeral and everything, I think that's what this is trying to show.
I figured what better way to honor Zubal's spirit than by wearing something all gender freaky, right?
You're just doing it to make fun of them.
Isn't that what you're doing?
I hate you.
What? Don't act like you don't like it, sweet cheek.
This scene gets a little bit weird though, like, and not in a good way. It gets a bit strange because now the whole relationship between Jax and Gangle is very unclear. I never got it before that he was slightly attracted to her or anything. I just thought it. Yeah, exactly, and this is the kind of stuff where, you know, I think it's just taking it a bit too far. But I guess at the same time, we don't have to take it so literally. These are like just his deep-rooted thoughts. And just like he says at the cards table, playing things in extreme is a lot more funny, and that's what they're doing here. So, I don't know, but still.
Meet me in my room after the funeral. Don't be late.
That's meant to happen at the end of the episode with Zubal.
Yeah, mate.
You killed the only person I've ever loved. Now I'm going to kill you.
I think this calls for a change in scenery.
These are the kinds of shorts that I want them to make after Digital Circus, just little spin-off episodes. This part's really funny.
That's all, freaks.
The line deliveries.
You women need to learn to quit prying all the time. Wow. I hope that doesn't also happen to me.
Crazy they're showing this again, and for so much longer too. Now here comes my most favorite part of the entire episode.
I look stupid.
I remember that feeling. It goes away eventually.
Oh, he laughed! Ah, yes, we did it!
Shut up! You caught me off guard.
A laugh's a laugh. I mean, gotta start somewhere.
I'm just mad it was you instead of me.
Well, yeah, you're not funny.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this out there. Beforehand, I had absolutely no interest in Ribbit whatsoever.
Or Kaufmo.
Yeah, or Kaufmo. Like, everyone went crazy about Kaufmo, like, what his deal was, and it's just like, I don't care. The character looks boring. Like, I don't really care much about the lore. Ribbit, I at least just think interesting, but only in the context of Jax. Again, people went mental over these characters, thinking that they would really mean something, and it's like...
their personalities, though, actually are just... Oh, man.
They've become two of my most favorite characters.
Mine too.
If they want to make a spin-off or a prequel series, it has to be based around these guys.
Don't make a spin-off or a prequel series, though. We don't need that.
Just make Kaufmo and Ribbit. Both of them, in their own ways, are just awesome.
Hey, dumb!
Sup, moron?
Oh my god, same. I used to swear so much, but the censoring annoyed the shit out of me.
You gotta watch out for her. She's gonna corrupt you.
You know what's kind of funny? So from some trivia, I knew that Pomni, and a lot of fans know that Pomni used to be the design of a frog when Gooseworks first designed Pomni. And it's interesting that she then took that character and made it into just a completely different one. And I'm now noticing more and more, now that we actually have Ribbit as a character, how similar she is to Pomni. She's just like
more playful.
Yeah.
If Pomni had been here longer.
Basically,
after a very long time.
Yeah.
Today's adventure was really fun.
I'm glad I could cheer you up.
Ribbit's room is really, really cool too. It might be my favorite. If I wanted any room in the Digital Circus, it'd be this one. Because it doesn't have an ugly shade of green either. It has that really nice shade of green, which I like. Kind of like a watermelon, I think it is.
I guess, yeah.
I like that shade.
Yeah.
Have you ever done something that you regret? Something you did out there that you can no longer make up for and you can't stop thinking about? I cut ties with my parents when I moved out.
Is this your way of trying to get me to open up? I told you I was homeless. What else do you need to know?
Oh, okay. I don't know why I didn't pick up on that beforehand. But I thought he was only starting to get really sensitive after the fact. No, even before then he was getting a little bit... But no, even before here he's kind of like getting a bit edgy. Like, why are you trying to... Why do you want to find out more? You know, I don't want to go any deeper.
I had a weird relationship with my parents. They split when I was just starting high school. I was never close with my dad. He was there, but he also kind of wasn't.
The voice acting in this series is just so top notch.
I know.
Like even the side characters, like Ribbit and Kaufmo, who haven't had big roles, this is like their only episode.
I think Ribbit and Kaufmo are really good.
Yeah, and just hearing like Michael talking here, and it just sounds so real and serious. Like I wouldn't think it was Jax talking. I would just think it's Michael just speaking. It's just unbelievable.
I thought I got along better with Mom, but after he was gone, she changed. When I showed weakness, I was less of a man than him. When I lashed out, I was just as bad as him. It was confusing. It was like she missed him, but also hated him. And I became the target of all that.
So I think the thing they're going for here, and this is really well done, is they're not trying to vilify his mum. I think what they were trying to show there is that she's also a victim of all this. She was also
she's also going through trauma from the breakup.
So that's why she's being so back and forth. And the unfortunate part is that he is the target. But that's, again, you can't really blame her much for that because that's the cards that are going to be played. Who else is she going to vent to? Like, again, I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but it's just a bad situation overall. And it's a good thing that they're portraying it like that, because they could have so easily made him the bad guy, made her the bad guy, but they're not.
They're making it complicated.
Yeah.
I told her something I regret telling her. Something deep and personal that I thought would get her off my back. But she laughed at me. Then she went off on me, and it didn't stop. Personal, degrading insults that felt like it went on forever. And despite all that, the thing that bothered me most was, at the end of all of it, she hugged me. I didn't know what to do. So I
I panicked, and I pushed her off me with all the force I could. She fell backwards. And she didn't get up. I didn't know if she was just trying to make me feel bad, or... I never found out the answer. I just ran.
I've mentioned a few times in this series that soundtrack and music means a lot to me, and if I'm ever going to get emotional or, say, cry at a scene, it's always the music that gets me close to doing it, and this is the kind of music that's, you know, getting me welled up.
If you ever tell anyone about this, I'm never speaking to you again. Sound good?
Yeah, I won't.
Awesome, bye!
About yesterday. I'm sorry if I pried too hard or made you feel uncomfortable, or...
What are you talking about?
I made this big retrospective on Jax in episode 6, talking about how I feel I could relate to him just a little bit. Now, I thought I was kind of wrong when I saw this episode, but no, I think I'm still kind of on the money. So the way I relate to Jax is I totally understand his obsession with wanting to just, like, move on from anything realistic and just live in this circus as if nothing matters, as if it's all just a cartoon. Basically, nothing matters. The part where I don't relate to him is the actual struggles he goes through, like all that stuff he went through in his previous life. You know, I haven't experienced that. There's a very high chance that he's also transgender. I know it's up for interpretation, but they're really leaning towards that with this. And again, that's once again something that I don't struggle with. But you know, there's a lot of things in my own life that, you know, I would like to just kind of move on and forget about. And, you know, being in the digital circus, I would kind of try to act the same way. And, you know, even in real life, you try to act the same way to a degree where, you know, you just want all the seriousness to go away and just play it as if nothing can ever matter ever again.
And you meet a lot of people like that. It's something universal. No matter who you meet, there's always like a moment where you kind of mature up because you're like trying to do something, whether it's help people, build something, whatever. You're all serious and somebody's just being silly, or it's the other way around. Somebody else is serious and you kind of just want to be silly and are a bit annoyed that a moment that should be bonding just becomes all serious.
It's actually how we function in society most of the time. Most human beings just like mask or act fake around each other. Most of the time we don't show our true colors towards one another. It's more uncommon. This is also not the conflict that I was expecting with Ribbit. With Ribbit, I was expecting something more straightforward than I thought, but no, this is so much more complex.
And realistic, in my opinion.
Yes. I didn't think Jax himself literally made Ribbit abstract. I figured that maybe Ribbit just happened to abstract and Jax just felt grieved over it. Actually, that's one thing I did get wrong in my retrospective on episode 6, is I thought Jax was going through grief. No, he's going through guilt. He doesn't want to even think about the idea of Ribbit, or like I said, anything that's reality-based.
But the thing is, as we see here, it shows that Jax really can push people to their absolute limit, because Ribbit was probably the most comfortable with this place. Like, look at her. And then all of a sudden,
true.
He makes her abstract.
Out of all people to abstract, it was freaking Ribbit.
And it kind of makes you wonder, like, what if that was the same thing with Kothmo?
You're right, but here's another thing. Ragatha said it should have been her to abstract next. How long would it have been until Gangle maybe went? And then Zubul is super resilient, and you just said that Ribbit's resilient because of how happy she was, so how long would it have been until maybe Zubul kicked the bucket? It makes you think about all this stuff with the current cast. It's kind of bad.
It could also be because Ribbit has a bit of, like, trauma, I'll say trauma, bottled up, because she was estranged from her parents, and this is a place where she felt comfortable. Now all of a sudden that she feels uncomfortable here, it would really just be this is also a little bit of a character study for Ribbit, because just like with her parents, she once again has someone in her life who is trying to push her away and doesn't want anything to do with her. She begins to feel that maybe she is the problem. And it kind of goes back to those feelings with her parents. Yeah, oh my god, that's actually... Yeah, this is all, like, really coming together now. Yeah. Now that you think about it.
Hey, wanna team up?
Nah, I'm teaming up with Kothmo. Maybe next time, though.
Hey, You want to team up?
Nah, I'm with Kaufmo.
They're just creating more meme shots here with Kaufmo. I'm taking those frames and turning them into GIFs. New super chat GIFs.
Yes.
It's weird because there's always something I can find that I can relate to with every single character. I even relate to Ribbit a little bit, because I also don't like it when someone who I once knew is then like rejecting me, pushing me away.
You can't know how many times I've had that.
That's just a part of life. You're always just gonna have, especially in childhood, you're always gonna have people who just act like this to you all of a sudden. But with Jax, there's actual reasons. For me, there was no reasons apart from people just want to move on, but
no,
with this, it's more serious.
Looking back, my situation with people rejecting me or me rejecting people is a bit similar to this. I usually get rejected by friends because I do something to them. Whenever I had something like this, it would always happen after a specific event, whether I had an argument.
Just like this.
Yeah. Like whether I had an argument with a friend, or maybe a friend and I did something and like word got out, like I don't know, something stupid or whatever, and word got out and we were kind of being pushed around about it. All of a sudden they become very distasteful towards me and would begin to dislike me.
So this very specific situation relates a bit more to you than to me.
I'd say so,
because I reckon that anyone can relate to this just a little bit. Not so specifically, but a little bit. We've all had moments like this in our lives. Just not as similar.
Yeah.
Hey, Jax, can we talk?
What is there for us to possibly talk about?
I don't know, just whatever I did, whatever's going on between us, can we just stop this? I miss talking to you.
We're here. We're talking. What else do you want from me?
I just want to be friends again.
What? So you can pry into my personal life and hold it over my head?
Is that really what you think?
It's so weird that beforehand, I didn't really care too much about this conflict. Of course, I cared about it a little bit, but I didn't realize it was this complex and deep. And after only seeing one episode of this all being, like, properly fleshed out for the first time, it's like, it's so harsh and emotional. It's so weird that you don't need to have, like, an entire show on this conflict alone. You can just show it in a montage scene, and it still gets across just as emotion and character development.
Maybe that's why the intro of Up was so emotional to people, because everything was playing back to back.
Just simple scenes of show, don't tell.
Yeah.
Like, they're so effective here. It's so weird just hearing Ribbit talk and Kaufmo talk and seeing them just do things within a few seconds. It's like, there's such great characters, and I thought I would have needed like multiple episodes to show that, but no, just a few minutes of screen time.
Jax, look, I know we don't get along, but I think I might have found a way out of here.
I love that. Kaufmo thinks they don't get along, but they did. They did get along, and now Kaufmo's trying to act like they didn't. It's probably the only way he can get to Jax, if he kind of just says Jax is right.
But also, it's just so embedded into reality now that he just comes to believe it, that this is just how it's always been, because it's so... But no, I get what you're saying.
He's focusing on the now a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. You can't comprehend that, oh yeah, we did used to be friends.
You're not looking too good. You gonna cry? Looking like this?
Again, that little line there goes back to what I was saying before. You're gonna cry looking like this?
Like, come on, that's dumb.
Yeah, you're a cartoon. So act like one. Stop being a human.
I know, like...
Nonsense.
Honestly.
I didn't know you could play the piano.
I only know like 2 songs. Why are you here? You know everything now. So why are you here? Just to rub every mistake I've ever made in my face? I'm a terrible person. Is that what you want me to say? I already know I am.
So why does anybody still care about me? You're not supposed to care. You're not supposed to miss me. You're not supposed to love me. This isn't how this is supposed to go. Please. Leave me alone. You're making this so much harder. You're making this so much harder.
You should have just talked to me, man.
It's too late. I did this to myself. There's no coming back from this.
Then talk to me now.
I hate you. You know that? You always have to go and complicate things.
It's what I do.
I don't want to go.
Another thing that almost really got me in this scene was the line deliveries. Normally it's only music that causes me to feel emotional, but it's just the way Michael was playing this. The
power of the lines.
You're making this so much harder, and especially I don't want to go. Those lines always kind of tear me up.
When Pomni was strutting towards him and Jax was saying that stuff like, you're not supposed to love me. It's complicated. I don't think he was genuinely like telling her that you're not supposed to love me. I think that was just him saying it in the moment. He was distraught, annoyed.
Was I truly that bad?
Is this really what I deserve?
They tried to delete me. They're in the wrong, right? Did I ruin this? Again.
I think this is something that could have been made a little more clearer, that this is like the internet outside world Wi-Fi. It's a cool detail. I think it's cool how they did it once you understand it, but it is a bit difficult.
The part that confuses me is that sometimes it switches back between the brain scan files and the cafe Wi-Fi. Like, which one is it?
I know, yeah.
And these are like the kind of questions that they left unanswered of, we still don't know quite how the circus still works. How did the characters end up here and stuff?
Again, I kind of like that being ambiguous, honestly. I don't know why. I don't have a reason to like that. I kind of just do.
No, I did want to find out, because it was all the lore and mystery and stuff that I was also enjoying alongside the character work, and I didn't think they were just never going to go through with it.
I do enjoy that he still has his like puzzle solving abilities, because that shows that while the powers might have been the blue AI,
it's still part of his personality.
The red AI was the puzzle solver.
He's the creative one.
Yeah.
Which I'm glad about.
Which is nice. He's not the weapons one, he's the one who builds the base.
That's what happens when someone who's creative is given god strength.
Yeah.
People reckon that Cain might be like a symbol for autism, maybe? Which, to be honest, after just hearing that, I never really got that beforehand, but after just hearing that, I can see all of the connections. Someone who's eccentric, and basically what a lot of autistic, like I've always struggled with that. Where
I've noticed that
I'm not a bad individual. I don't do bad things, but sometimes I can cause trouble for others just because I get so lost with my eccentricness.
No, like people with disabilities. What I've noticed is because I kind of have this problem myself, where like on the base you look happy, eccentric, and just like a bit overwhelming, but when things go wrong, you don't take it very well, exactly like how Kane didn't take it well.
Well, that's just one example of what I said of just being able to understand others is a bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
And not understanding your own actions or your own consequences is a bit of a struggle, and you need to kind of learn that. So, I totally get the parallels with Kane here, and I think it's super well done.
Symbolism, trying to force things to go his way, doesn't go his way, rather he has to just maybe reconcile with it, kind of say to the wall, please, I need this moment.
Someone in the chat of my stream said that as he gets closer to the Wi-Fi, he becomes more humanoid.
Yes, yeah.
That's a great symbolism.
It is, yeah. Do you think this is what Kane sees?
Good question. I mean, yeah, because he is the AI itself, so
well, why would he doesn't see the detail?
Yeah, maybe he doesn't perceive. No, that could be it. He doesn't see the details, and that's why he couldn't understand them before.
There we go.
I was irresponsible. I could create intelligent beings that do whatever I want, but I can't create them. After all, is their free will not what made them alluring in the first place?
But they hate me. They abandoned me.
That's Am speaking. I never thought of like a split personality thing going on with Kane either.
I kind of do wish, rather than having Bubbles say a lot of crap to him, maybe the split personality thing showed up a little bit more.
No, I like the fact that Bubble was represented as that, as just as insecurities.
Yeah, but it did kind of make it just a little bit confusing, but I see...
Oh, but no, I like that. I like that it made it confusing. Like, we didn't really know, but it turns out that that's what Bubble was,
What
and...
the hell is Bubble? Yeah.
He's you.
I'm sorry I did this to you, buddy. All this power we had together. But we just can't exist like this. I'll miss you. I really will.
Even though we didn't know much about the blue AI, I still do feel kind of like sad that he had to let go of it, because I can understand that feeling where
it is
maybe
sad.
You're throwing something personal away, or you're having to leave a place. So even though
leave a relationship.
Or leave a relationship, yeah. So even though we don't know much about the blue AI, it is still just sad that he had to do that to somebody who might have been.
Because it obviously meant something significant.
I especially find it sad when he said we had so much power together, because...
I'm sorry I did this to you, buddy.
Yeah.
It may take time, but all good things do. I still love you.
That's Goose talking to her fan base. Good things take time. I still love you. Not really. That's probably not true. I feel like that's most likely Goose talking to her own show, or Kane, her own character.
I've made something for you. Feel free to join me by the stage whenever you're ready.
Now that's something I found really cool. So I was always under the heavy impression that they were obviously never going to escape the circus, so seeing them in real life I completely ruled out of my mind. I thought that wasn't even a possibility, but nope, I was totally wrong. And to be honest, I'm glad that we see them in real life. I think that's still really cool.
I thought I wouldn't like it going in, like... I always knew the brain scan thing was true.
Understandable.
And I always knew there was a chance we'd figure out who they were on the outside. That thought, I was like, no, I don't want that.
Because it would ruin it.
It doesn't ruin it. It makes it better, in my opinion.
Because it's what justifies the finale. Because I'm going to explain. Yeah, I'm going to explain later about my issues with this being the finale. But you're right. This scene alone and all of this stuff, you know, developing the characters like this does justify it in my mind as being a really good finale.
With all that being said and done, Abby is out there, living her best life. And here, I'm just Pomni.
She said it! She said the thing! She said the thing! She said...
Now, something I definitely wasn't expecting out of this series was Kane's redemption. It's so weird seeing him being equal alongside the cast like this, but at the same time so wholesome and lovely.
The thing with me, I'm fine with when things are dark. I'm really fine with that when they don't all go well. But I'm also fine with things not being dark, and I think it depends what it is. Digital Circus is not a show at all where it should have a dark ending. I don't think that by any means, or else it would be
It doesn't have to be, I have no mouth and I must scream.
No, not at all. Like, there's some other things that can most definitely have dark endings.
And we get that.
But not this. I don't think this does.
What I like about this scene is the fact that it's so small and simple, just showing that Ragatha is finally allowing herself to let go. And she's allowed to be smug, she's allowed to be confident without always having to be so nice and
but also,
genuine.
It's a mother! It's a mother comforting her.
Yeah, exactly. Some people like to think that the Gloink Queen adopted her. Like,
yeah.
Sure, yeah, she did.
Oh, wait, what was he looking at? Oh, man.
Bugs, a book of bugs. Because he's watching his wife. No better way that Zubul could have forgiven Kane by making him a special drink.
He's like, me? Wait.
Me? Zubul's the most obvious character that Kane would be the most iffy with. I always liked the idea that Kane was always a little bit afraid of Zubul, because they would just lash out at him any minute.
They have so much power.
Oh, that's so sad! Oh, and he's he's making a bubble cookie and he's tearing up, dude! Oh my god!
That is so sad.
So Bubble is the blue AI. He misses
I guess.
him. Oh, the fish is dead. They caught the fish and kill it. Yeah, they finally made the sex. This is what I've been waiting for the whole time. Ragatha, get out of here, you perv. And there was episode 9 of the Amazing Digital Circus. So for me, this finale is like 50-50. When I ranked all the episodes, I put episode 9 right in the middle. It's like perfectly balanced between being exceptionally amazing and not too great at the same time, and I'm going to explain myself now. So the episode itself, the plotline of the episode of going into Jax's mind and all that stuff and learning about everything was really cool, and I like that just as its own episode. But as the finale, not so much, because with the finale, what I wanted to see was, I wanted all the other characters to get balanced, like, screen time, and they just don't really get that, and it just feels all a bit underwhelming as the final time we're ever gonna see them. Like, just think about that real quick. But then, the way that they balance it out into justifying itself as the finale, and also being super duper good, is they do give a bit of time to wrap up the characters' stories really nicely, I'll say. But the problem is that most of it is just lip service. And within the actual narrative, like what was going on in the episode, I just wanted to see more. I wanted them to be involved more because, you know, you kind of forget that they're there for most of the time. And it just feels a bit weird, you know? And on top of that, I also wanted to learn... I'm not as big on this as I was when I first watched the episode. I wanted to learn a bit more about the lore. I wanted to know more about the blue AI and how the circus still works. Like, how do the humans end up here? And, like, what is this all about? What's this giant network that Kane has created? And I'm still a little bit on that, but at the same time, that's not too big of a problem. The biggest thing for me is just the balance with the characters. I think that's most important. And there was so much good stuff in this episode. Like, we've said it all throughout this reaction, the voice acting. If you want a Digital Circus episode to show the quality of the show, not just with the animation, but like, this is my favorite OST. All of the tracks, every single track was just peak, the best. Such a different style to anything else in the show. And not only that, another way of justifying itself being a finale is just how big and cinematic it feels. It actually does feel like a movie. And then these show don't tell scenes to develop everything whilst also still leaving it a little bit up for interpretation were just so well done. You know, this is a fantastic episode, but again, I can't rate it too high because it is the finale, and for the finale, I wanted a bit more. There needed to be a bit more.
This is where our opinions differ quite a bit. It's because even if the episode wasn't great, which in my opinion it absolutely is, I'd still probably rate it number 1, simply for what it is. It's the finale and it was done very well. It wasn't bad at all. It was a send-off, and I was going to always rate it high, very, very high, and for me it's number 1. But before we get into what I liked about it, what I disliked about it, absolutely agree, we didn't get much about the other characters. I like that it was Jax's episode. I don't think that needed to be another episode because it's one of those moments where it's so powerful and so special that I can't imagine it being in any other episode. If it was, it would kind of be a bit jarring. Like, we have normal episodes and all of a sudden this extremely deep and dark one about Jax where he dies all of a sudden. As much as I like that they also focus on Kane, I did find it a bit jarring that they kind of split the episode in two. Like, we went from something about Jax and all of a sudden we went to Kane and it was like, alright, okay, let's stop caring for Jax now, let's care for Kane. And that combined with the fact that the other characters are really sidelined, it didn't work too well. I wish the other characters got a lot more development, a lot more screen time, them learning how to do things a little more, them coping, because last time we saw them before Pomno went into Jax's brain, like, they were all depressed, you know, still sad, still trying to cope, and then the next time we see them, they're happy and saying corny things to Pomni. But now what I like about it. Okay, personally, I do kind of like it that this episode's focused on 2 characters, well, 3 if you include Kane, because as much as you can say this is an ensemble piece, Gooseworks never really confirmed that, so I can't really get mad that it's not focusing on everybody, but I do still really think it somewhat is. But I'm glad they saved the deepest character for last, and I'm glad he had such a big moment. And the way they compiled scenes was just so bloody emotional. And then there's also the stuff with Kane. I love how there was barely any dialogue with that entire moment. We just got to see him kind of figure things out simply through actions. Stuff like the blocks creates major symbolism, the walls trying to obstruct him. It showed that he was realizing that. It showed that he was developing, but also he was vulnerable as well. The thing I think the entire show does best, show don't tell. A lot of the stuff we thought would be like creepy ARG stuff turned out to be character stuff that was building up a lot of the motions we'd get later, or the character development we'd get later.
All in all, this was a brilliant finale, and by itself, amazing episode. So how do I feel about Digital Circus ending? Because this has been a really big part of my life. It's the only show that I've ever felt like invested in. I have never related to anything more or, you know, analyzed anything more in media. So how do I feel that it's over? I actually don't feel bad at all. And the reason for that is because it was also well wrapped up in like a perfect package, and I'm just so deeply satisfied with what it is. You know, even though I might have said all those criticisms earlier, I'm specifically talking about episode 9. With the overall show, it's just perfect the way that it is. Well done to Glitch for, you know, making something so big, you know, going from YouTube to then a mass worldwide audience, to then releasing stuff in cinemas, and just making something so well crafted. Something that's not just like, you know, extremely popular and well received, but something that actually deserves it because of how well made and animated and written it all is.
While watching the premiere, I wrote in chat that we were witnessing history, and I do genuinely believe we are. I think this isn't just a turning point for TV shows, it's a turning point for everything to do with media. Some small things can be more important, and even if something is just a show made in Blender on YouTube, it can come to theaters, and I think more indie shows will come to theaters. Hell, maybe even bloody Gamerverse could, or the Gaslight District, or Night of Guinevere's, whatever.
It's true, it's opened up the door for the rest of the shows.
People would be more willing to do that.
The scary thing is that the standard's set high, but I think they can pull it off. Gooseworks, you're such an inspiration for being able to create the very thing that you wanted to make and just completely sticking it out.
Did it without any struggle as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he said, it is such an inspiration for almost anything anyone can do. If you want to do something, just do it. You don't need to start big. You don't need to already have $1 million in your pockets. All you need to do is just have an idea, and you can just create it, and it can go very, very well. It can go your way.
And to all of the people who love this show just as much as I do, it's been really fun going on this ride, listening to your insane theories and watching your stupid reactions and stuff. It really gave me sustenance. And all of the people who watched my videos and were commenting and supporting and subscribing and talking to me made me feel so joyful, and it's like really pushed me to do even more YouTube. I'm going to be working on more stuff based on like I'm making some videos on some more shows and all that kind of stuff, just a few, but it's also made me want to make more of my own content, my gaming content, and I'm just so inspired. I've got such a creative spark now after all of this.
I never thought I'd say this because I've said this many, many, many times before. I wasn't really like a fan of Digital Circus until maybe like episode 5, where I started going like, okay, this is kind of my thing. This is the episode that kind of made me a fan, and I never thought I'd genuinely be inspired by Digital Circus, because every time I create a story of my own or whatever, I always have something else in mind that I'm kind of like inspired by. I kind of want to somewhat base it off of that. I never thought I'd have Digital Circus as a way to do that. And not for plot neither, for characters.
And I'm pretty sure that wraps up our entire review of The Amazing Digital Circus Episode 9, Remember, if we want to get specific. And that also wraps up my retrospective of the entire series. Man, this took me a long time and I'm going to sleep. The last thing I have to say is, fuck this episode for not having enough swearing. Like, holy shit, they teased it in episode 8, and I'm so pissed off that each character didn't at least drop one uncensored curse. Fuck you, Gooseworks, and fuck you, Glitch.
Welcome to the Amazing Digital Circus!